All right. Good morning, everybody. How we all doing? All right. Discord's up and running. Cool. I sold my Jan calls weeks ago. Oh, the 28th ones? Is that the ones we're talking about? I have those still, I think. Yeah, unfortunately. Yep, 7% inflation. I'm well aware of Mr. Zakira's birthday. I'm not a big singer. Happy birthday, Zakir. Hopefully we MOASS today, because that'll be a bigger present than me saying anything. How many FTDs are there? Just a fucking bunch. I don't know. Let's look. I have no idea what Bob's gotten his, so you're gonna have to go look at that yourself. I can tell you what our FTDs look like for that date. 1 second. Ah, fucking Christ. Stuck Sarah down? There we go. Nope. It's down. I have no idea. For some reason, stock Sarah is down. WeBull acting up. Seems okay for now. What's XRT doing in the pre-market? Ooh, doing big ups. 800K to 1.1 million FTDs. So low. But today we begin getting FTDs from failed futures contracts between, what was it, December 8th and 17th? Or December 7th and 17th. It's like those 8 trading days or whatever it was. Hey, Greg, I'm holding some Jan 21s with 2-1, 51.75. Hoping they become profitable. Do you recommend I roll these ASAP? I figured I'd wait a day or two. Um, if I had any, I would probably wait a day or two. Maybe the 145s. I might roll the 175s sooner. Although that kind of gap seems like it would fill quickly. 175 is below 80. It's tricky. How much value have they lost? When did you pick them up? Sing happy birthday in Spanish. Isn't the happy birthday song like copywritten? Why don't you have any sound? I don't know. You probably muted the stream. Shouldn't T plus 35 from November lead to FTDs to January, not February? Do January? Yeah, it does. Tired Dan. The FTDs you're referring to are from when they shorted the stock. So the Feb FTDs are when they shorted from November 23rd out through I guess at the bottom. So we were measuring those from the ETF flow, and it's from December 15th, sorry, out through, I think the flow, like the big part of the flow ended on December 28th, and that those FTDs are due by February 14th. XRT put instructions might be financial advice. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Those people got fucking burned hard. Maybe all the boomers just learned to inverse Kramer's plays. I've been arguing with super stonk shills all day now. I'm sorry. Is it possible Citadel can internalize orders, dodge Feb calls with the $1.2 billion in funding they received? If they receive that funding due to GameStop, it's not going to save them for long. If I were them, I would use it to reverse the position, or try to. But it could also be for a million things besides GameStop. But getting outside capital is not a sign of stability. BBY ripping. Stock Sarah's back up. Thank you. Stock Sarah. How bad is it that I just don't even spell it stock anymore? All right, let's see. Yesterday was what, December 3rd? Or no, 6th? So today's December 7th. Ew. Even lower FTDs today than yesterday, looks like. Is today the 7th? Let me just double check my math on this. Seventh. I'm at FTDs from the 7th. $307,000 short volume. 200,000 long. 65.88% sold short. Ding ding. You're right. I've noticed when my wife is getting money for other dudes, our relationship lacks some stability. So much wisdom from this stream. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get out of here with the 7 weeks of shorting, 4 weeks of up, and 1 week of ripping. This FTDs from December 7th, 17th, do they come in daily? Like XRT? Yes. They seem to pick up those futures fails. I think after today, they know what contracts they're failing. And they fail the majority of them on the 17th, on the expiration day. Another 13K call positions opened. Jesus. You missed my milestone chat yesterday about marshmallows on a sweet potato. Oh, well, tell me what you said. They're just sold in between the bid and ask. Like these. Fidelity borrowed a bunch of shares. They borrowed a bunch of shares from Fidelity. Like 300,000 or something like that. Almost 400,000. This time last year, volume picked up to 140 million today. Does that mean anything for today? I mean, is it the same day? Hold on, let me double check. I believe it is. Yes. We'll see. Oop, that's not me. How does reversing the position go? I mean, it doesn't, but they can try to go as long as feasibly possible via calls before they have to begin covering. $741 is just observational bias. Wasn't Citadel Securities MM that got the infusion of capital and not Citadel LLC, the hedge fund? Citadel Securities is the hedge fund, I believe. Isn't it? Citadel Securities is the MM? I always get these fucking mixed up. Okay, Citadel LLC. Citadel Advisors is the MM, I believe. I think Citadel Securities got the cash infusion because Citadel Advisors assets under management is like 200 billion. $3.27 million FTD volume due today on Bob's chart. Thank you, Poker. Baba going burr. Ooh. Jesus. Spies bouncing back. A little bit. DDS, choppy, Moderna. Victor's Moderna dreams might come true. No, I'm just kidding. Correct. MM got the money. No, I think the hedge fund got the money. Securities is the market maker. Citadel is the asset management firm. The MM got the money? Okay. How the fuck are they valuing it at 22 billion when they have like 250 billion in assets under management? That's what, 8 TTM fire signals in a row? I think we're close. Let's see. Today's the 9th. 9th fire signal for TTM. It's getting frothy. 180 billion liabilities. Okay. Jesus, net assets are low. Wasn't it 35 last year? IWM? I wonder what it's doing. So we would expect if there's any obligations due to GameStop in IWM, these would be due to futures. I didn't really have time this morning to do like a futures breakdown in the daily DD, but I've done it with you guys a few times, so I assume everyone's fairly informed on what we think they're doing with the futures contracts. Or I hope. And so they'll just report they were down like 12.5 billion this year. I thought they just reported they had like one of the best years ever. They've been bought by another video game company. Interesting. Are they getting delisted? I checked Myrna. It looks like it's bouncing. If it breaks out, you might be in an okay spot. What was your what was your cost basis? Like where's your break even, Victor? Because Moderna looks like it's bouncing, but you gotta tell me what your break even is. I'm not sure if you'll get that high. Fucking cat keeps stabilizing. God damn it. I should have bought in yesterday. Son of a bitch. Oh well. Can't fix the past. Everything's just kind of coming up this morning. Except GameStop. Did you see the borrow rate went up? No. Whose borrow rate? Oh shit. I should say something about that. All right. Increasing bar rate is good, yes. Yeah, let me know when the bar rate crosses 5%. I agree. You talk about the TTM signal? What do you want to know about it? It's another way of measuring like Bollinger-Keltner spread. It's supposed to signify a shift in trend and a movement from low volume and volatility to a period of high volume and volatility. It is a predictive indicator, um, generally firing 4 to 6 or more fire signals before a trend reversal is seen. GameStop's hit in the past. GameStop has hit like Jesus. Was it 15? It's hit an obscene number of fire signals in the past. I think in the period from like April to June, we hit like it was like 20 or something fire signals before we took off. We had a share offering then too, though. So it's advisors of the hedge funds, securities of the market maker. Thank you. It's like 14 to 16 in the spring run. I used to track it back then, back when I was like trying to predict stock movement off of just technical analysis. But it has been fairly reliable. I think it's only thrown one false signal all year. And I think that are 2 false signals, and those were both back in April. If I'm not mistaken. It essentially means that volume and volatility have reached a point where a shift in trend is likely. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, I mean, MACD, it's thrown false signals, and we've had those false MACD crossovers. Usually we get those on our double bottoms, right? Like when the stock bottoms out, bounces, bottoms out, and rips. We usually get a MACD like twist here, and this is also usually where we get like a false BBKC or TTM breakout. So they'll view this as the breakout, but that's just because GameStop is so volatile that like its bounce between the two bottoms tends to be fairly high. Like it moves far more on that little bounce than most stocks would. So you have to like factor You have to factor that in. Do I have hiccups? They're not buying puts anymore? That would be a good indicator. We've only got 2 minutes of data, but we can check. May 130s coming in. Selling out of the 115s. Jesus Christ, the call volume is insane. A lot of further out of the monies this morning. $40,000 on July 15th, 500s. Jan 20, Jan 14, Feb 18, March 18, March 18, July 15, Jan 20. March is getting pretty popular, which is good. More FTD pressure, right? Kirk wants it. Smash the like. Oh yeah, if you guys could, please drop a like. It's a big help, especially early in the morning. Or don't. If you don't like the stream, don't like it. What's your 15-minute delay on options data? I mean, you can get real-time options data, but it's very expensive. Very, very expensive. I did a DD on my Feb 18 200C F2 now. Nice. The website that shows options flow, shiftsearch.com. Bookmark it. Thanks, Ben Fan. Unusual Wales has option data, but I don't think it's live, right? Still a 15-minute delay. Shift search needs motherfucking dark mode. You're telling me. It's uncomfortably bright early in the morning. I hope we get a solid run. A solid, stable run. 50 or more dollars. Because I think that will be the final proof in the theory that we need, and not in after hours, during trading hours, when people can realize it and experience it. And I think that, with the current sentiment, is enough to possibly breed FOMO. DJ Loki guy, some kind of obsessed with you? I think so. He deletes his post history, but like 99% of his comments are in my posts. He's got some issues. I've tried talking to him in the past, but he's a moron. The shills are watching? I don't give a shit. Shift search is okay. It's still delayed. The data it gives isn't very fleshed out. It's getting better. I have a friend who works there, and he, like, I used it for a long time, and then I guess they got better servers, and he said I could like tell people what I was using, but I don't get like paid by them or anything. But it's free. I mean, where the fuck else are you gonna get free options flow? Are you writing a DD on the shills? Daniel Taylor shill. Buddy from your blackjack days. Maybe I'm going undercover. All right. Best of luck to you, Daniel Taylor. Girk, because of you, I'm not afraid anymore. Awesome. I should buy some fucking VIX calls while this thing's doing weird shit. Yeah, keep going up, market. Ooh, under leverage. Cheap as fuck. I mean, not really, but DJ Loki. Enter intimacy with koala hugger, Dr. K, barnyard animals, and small woodland creatures. Thank you for all your hard work, and please disregard all of my Reddit posts. Interesting. In which week do you expect them to cover STDs and the price to start rising? They already are. I mean, the volatility and additional volume that we're experiencing is, in fact, them doing that. The question is, when are they going to stop internalizing buy pressure? And when are we going to see upside movement? No, Mr. Little Pickle, because Shift Search doesn't pay me. So, anybody else receive an arbitration agreement to sign from IBKR? I think everyone's updating their arbitration agreements due to a change in the law. Like Ko-Fi, Fidelity, IBKR, I've gotten updates to arbitration agreements from all of them. So I'd imagine it's just some law that changed. How long do you think that billion influx Citadel receive will sustain them? We'll see. $10 billion. If they're getting 10 to 1 leverage. So just accept as any other terms of service and forget about it. Most likely. I mean, you can read through it if you want to, but I've gotten them from more than just brokers, so I assume that it's a change in the law. Amazon on the move. I think everything's kind of on the move, right? DDS getting slammed a little bit today, but XRT was moving, right? Or it looked good. Yeah. XRT looks like it's going to break its intraday high soon. The options are coming up. Jimmy now green on the day. This is going to be a fucking hard resistance to break. I can internalize ramen missed rent payments longer than they can internalize their orders. Checkmate. Thoughts on the death cross that happened yesterday with the 50 and 200 day MA. When? We had a death cross back here. Is it the 50? What the fuck is the 50? Oh, this is all wrong. Hold on. I don't need these other fucking moving averages. Ah. Yeah, the death cross was back here on 12/14. And it wasn't wrong, right? We've continued down. If the price goes up, this will reverse. Excellent buy opportunity. But there's no near-term death cross of any relevance. No, don't look at death crosses on low time frames. It's pointless. And they're like a long-term signal, so you think Cat can blast through 225 today? I mean, maybe. Ooh, Visa's back below 220. Interesting. I should get some fucking Visa calls for like a month out. Do I have money in this account? No. Jan 21 220. Fuck, SLD though. I don't think it's gonna regain before then. Son of a bitch. $3 move. I could get like 216. They have 216s. 215. Oh. Interesting. Just because crypto's still fucking down. Ooh, Spotify looks good. Spotify looks really good. 240. So it found support and then it fell through. I think that's more realistic. 240 to 247. But there's resistance here at 238. Shit, that's risky. I don't hate it though. Curious. Can you list a variety of stock tickers to check out for general growth other than Johnson & Johnson and SPY? What do you want? Like value investments? Cosmic Tomorrow, I believe. Night. Would you be willing to do an AMA kind of style thing with a mod on SS with questions about options or something? Or maybe a roundtable thing with an anti options person? Kind of interested, to be honest. Hmm. I don't know how would you facilitate that though? Don't we all have a case? Probably. Stop tracking. I'm not arguing with that moron. Yeah, there's some sort of issue, paradoxical. I have an issue with scrolling up too. I have to like keep trying it and then it'll start moving. I totally disagree with that idea. Just a chance of them to try to paint you to fit their narrative even more. I agree that it would just be like, yeah, I agree. It's, I feel like it's an attempt to bait me under false pretenses. Not sure you play video games as well as him. Are you sure? Yeah, that doesn't resolve it. You see a put order at the bid price on shift search. Does that mean they're closing their position or selling to open? So if there's also a drop in OI, then you can assume closing. Sell to close. If the OI is stagnant or going up, but the price is still at the bid, it infers that they are sold to open. I'm probably part of like a multi-leg option strategy, a bullish one. What does TTM squeeze track? Convergence and the Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels. When was the last time I actually played a video game? Shit, I don't know. Not recently. Oh, that's not true. I played Pokemon like yesterday. I thought OI did not update during the day. I think Shift Search tracks OI. It's slow, but it tracks it. Doesn't really matter what Superstock believes because if we run, half the people are going to say it was options. The other half will say DRS. At the end, where's my money? Exactly. Who gives a shit? Yeah, I agree. Time spent on like educational material for options is probably better. I've thought about it. Um, Speaking of which, I guess I should mention that I'm gonna have somebody helping me with clips and just because like I've been going back over some of like the clips that we've done on here, and there's just a disgusting amount of silence. So I'm gonna open up a Discord channel this week for you guys to submit timestamps. And then we can get those timestamps put into clips. Clip it. And then hopefully organize the channel a little bit better. I know I've put it off for a long time. And then as far as, and I know Dettles is going to kill me for this, but as far as like new educational videos, I was going to start working on recording like, I guess initially a series for options, discussing the basics, Greeks, things like that. And then, the guy that's doing this for me thinks I should put it on a new channel that just contains like educational content and is separate from the stream. I don't know if I agree with that, but I think that might allow me to like demonetize those videos and then or at least like remove the like donation issue from that, and then you know maybe those are allowed to be posted on Superstonk. Although if I'm going to sit down and make hours worth of videos, I kind of feel like I should get my $10 per video. Pickle you. You mean the forced donation issues? Actually, yeah. Why demonetize its work? I don't know. Fuck that, get paid. You should keep it separate. That's what he said. I should separate it to separate it from like the GME super stonk bullshit. Did you get my 250K Ko-Fi yet? No. Did you put it through? I mean, I do it on stream, right, Foxy Stock? Stocks. Inflation at 7% bullish, apparently. You mentioned Discord stuff. Does that mean I'll be able to see Billionaires channels? Can't you already? You should be able to. I thought I had that enabled for the mods. How your Pythagorean God video, all of... Oh, man. Crap. Okay, hold on. I'm going to read these, but... This is an issue with Ko-Fi when two donations come at the same time. Speaking of videos, how your Pythagorean God video, all of 45 seconds of it, does not have 2K likes is a mystery to me. Best clip yet. Thanks again for all you do. You are the true destroyer of FUD and Pythagorean God. Thank you, Posty. I appreciate that. I was saddened to hear about your upcoming YouTube ban for Reason. I look forward to the establishment of your second channel so I can also subscribe over there. Hope the YouTube appeal goes well. I've already tweeted their support and solidarity. I mean, I've always had a disclaimer in my daily DD in the past that the channel was monetized and suggested that if people did not want to support that to use ad block when viewing my channel, that was not sufficient, apparently. I sent you a DM in SS with ideas to bring some people over to options. I mean, I'm not in this to convince people that don't want to play options to play options, because I think that's not good, right? Like if people aren't prepared or don't have the knowledge to play options, they absolutely shouldn't be using them. I would say most of the people using options currently should probably not be using options. Yeah, they're suppressing upward price movement on GameStop pretty hard. Can we get some low volume triangles? There isn't even like a good one here. We could bounce higher. That'd be bullish. Nope. It's like, fuck you, Ken. Why you gotta call me out? I've never played pickleball. Stop trying lines, they're watching. But the people want lines. It gets them going. We want the old OG pickle drawings. You know what, Phil? I'm in the mood. Nope, that's terrible. Give him a cowboy hat. I'm not so good at the cowboy hats. It's a sombrero. Whatever. It's mariachi pickle. We've traded over 30 million volume in the last 5 days. Much of this was likely ETF shorting and shorting puts, but can they utilize this volume to satisfy some FTDs? Yeah, long FTDs. Short, they can use short volume to satisfy long FTDs, long volume to satisfy short FTDs. What's your opinion on buying puts on all the stocks Matt Kors promotes? I mean, you could probably develop a play around following Matt Kors strategies because he always chases. You can just like, you can just wait for him to buy in, look for a resistance, and then just buy puts when the stock hits that resistance. Can they triple stamp a double stamp? Sometimes. Somebody made the view op hat for me. Are you streaming earnings? You already know the answer to this. How come I'm not rich yet? I don't know. It's probably your own fault. I made a X meme out of your Tamara video. You, Joey Gallinal is my Reddit name. Love you. Solid preview of Tamara. Thank you, Kylo RN. Can you send me a link on Discord so I can check it out? When are GME earnings? March. I don't think Bruno Mars was the one who sang that song, Sipping on Piss. Annual reports at the end of January will be in March. Carl, don't eat flaming hot Cheetos, man. You're gonna pigeonhole yourself. It's a bad look. Like, anytime I see someone eating flaming hot Cheetos, my first thought is that's probably an incel. Especially if they're eating them at home. Like, if you're eating them in public, it's not so bad. Gonna break down. Correct me if I'm wrong, but how many hedge funds are now involved if two firms have pledged money to Citadel? Well, those two firms plus Susquehanna, Point72, Melvin, and Citadel that we know of. B of A, probably. I just ripped the bag open in the middle of CVS after getting my COVID shot and poured them to my mouth right there in the middle of the store. Okay, that's a solid flex. I didn't say Takis, chicken tender daddy. I said flaming hot Cheetos. You would tell me if you were a shill, right? Of course. I'd also have a lot more money. How would a war with Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Georgia, thus involving NATO, affect the markets? Real question. Long on defense contractors. Proxy wars are good money. What do I like? Lots of things. Flaming hot Cheetos are not one of them. We're waiting for the green screen to fall, revealing the oversized Citadel logo behind you. If I was streaming from Citadel, why would I be streaming directly in front of an oversized logo? I didn't say Citadel was that smart. Contractual obligations. Tesla dead? Oh, finally a different stock. Um, Definitely some resistance at 1100. That doesn't mean it's dead, but it'll probably meet some resistance here. I would say if it falls back below 1095, that it's probably going to fail for a little bit. Can you confirm that Kenny has a tacky ass blue wall in his office with the Citadel logo? The rest of the walls are powder white like cocaine they all sniff. Brr. Thanks, Monkey and this guy. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That was good fun. Enjoy your cease and desist order. Satire. If we keep bouncing around 130, how long before we get reg showed? I mean, if this started last Thursday, it's possible that we could get reg showed as soon as this Thursday. What's XRT doing? Phew, Jesus. They're not done with that yet. Have you seen the proof that we brigade by posting things late at night and awarding it so that it's top in the morning, even though your daily is posted early morning? What? Who posted things? I posted a screenshot. And that proof ignores that somehow the same 10 accounts find those posts to downvote and complain about how suspicious it is within minutes. Someone posted your comment from that last night. Did they get a bunch of karma? Good for them. I think it's more suspicious that all the shills are working during the day. They're like, they posted shit when we weren't at our desk at Citadel. I mean, it was a great comment. Okay, so this is the demand zone. Alleged shills. I'm sorry. FTDs don't matter until they do. How is reg showed XRT getting shorted? I mean, it could just be someone selling, or they're using puts. I think what's more interesting is seeing shares borrowed on XRT, even though it's on the reg show threshold list. But they can short with a pre-borrow agreement. So as long as there's a pre-borrow agreement in place, they can continue to short it. Do you remember how you called Jan 6th announcement weeks before and then short hedge funds did it? Vaguely. It was a greater comment when I posted it first. What? Oh. I agree. I'm sorry. You should have just screenshot my post, Flaviosa. Clearly, this is the better way of doing things. What needs to happen? Jimmy needs to have aggregate fails in excess of 0.5% of the shares outstanding. Do. Damn. XRT's just getting slammed. Fun. Short attacks. I'd love to hear the reasoning behind your it's a losing game for them to short into covering FTDs, because it's clearly not. Because they're internalizing buy volume in order to do this. Typically, when what is a good idea to start buying calls again for GME? What's the 90-day looking like? 107. I mean, it's not that high right now. It's higher. IV skewing bullish as of last night. So, oof. Yeah, but the problem is Jimmy didn't go up with the SPY. Pecorino or Grana for Carbonara? Pecorino. It's got a better bite. Yeah, we can see that they're internalizing Olga if you look at the dark pool volume for the day versus buy volume actually posted to the market. Have you read the DD posted by a badass trader? Any thoughts? No, I haven't. This drop from market coming down? Could be. It's probably accelerated. Rickshaw is not enforced. What a better bite. That's how you're supposed to do it. With Pecorino Romano. I'm Italian. I mean, I understand that. You can still use other cheeses, even though it's sacrilege. How accurate is that, though? I have a feeling that they are then internalizing, selling to us, then short it way down and hope to cover very low. When everybody who bought now paper hands, why are people paper handing? There's not a lot of evidence of paper handing, Olga. There's a lot of evidence of retail continuing to buy more the lower it gets. To clarify the Citadel 1 billion thing, didn't Ken just sell part of his piece of Citadel securities to personally gain financially? Or was it an infusion to them? I think it was a purchase into ownership, an ownership stake of Citadel. I don't think Ken personally gains from that. I mean, he does, but by having, you know, more margin and assets under management, but not directly. They are removing, you know, 40 to 50%, 50 plus percent of the buy volume every day. They're taking that volume onto their books. You can only do that for so long. And what that does is that means that the sale volume prints to the market. Driving the price down. This is not an infinite thing they can do. And it's not fucking cheap. Are they also not hedging calls? I mean, they're probably not hedging calls appropriately, but there's not a lot of calls at this price. It's not like retail's buying in the money call options. Because they have a lot of FTDs, they want to try to cover them at a price that's as cheap as possible. Right? So they can short it down, withhold buy orders from the lit market. Short, distort. Use in the money puts. And when they've covered a sufficient number of FTDs, they'll let all that buy, all of that buy pressure release onto the market. How's that not an infinite thing? They don't have infinite money. Happy crappy. It's just market making. Internalized buy pressure ends up coming through in DP blocks. Yes, should. Yeah. If it was infinite, we'd be at 0. It costs whatever the price is of GME's trading price per share internalized. In addition to leveraged positions. The Fidelity pool of shortable shares just doubled. Is there a time frame on how long they can withhold buy orders? I mean, They can do it as long as their prime is going to give them margin to do it, which is limited. At what point is Fidelity a dishonest actor? I mean, the hatred of Fidelity is just arbitrary because they have, like, because we can see their borrowable shares, and so people are just like mad at them. But it's the people in Fidelity that own those shares that are lending them out. Believe it or not, and I'll say this again, there are probably long-term investors in GameStop who have no problem lending their shares out. Why am I checking my Reddit DMs? Why would you post that? You're just stirring up shit. Whatever. Is JPM buying in at a higher price even they didn't expect this dip? It's possible. Or they're just taking advantage of the dip and buying more. We don't know. In 28. Hold on. I'm checking the. When do you think we'll see spicy price action? Hopefully soon. Patience. Don't be impatient. Mm, 105, 110, 110. I wonder how scary the delta sensitivity is getting. I should ask Yelia. Because shift search looks bullish as fuck. Like, I mean, these aren't great, but Feb 18 150 is coming in. Quite a few. Bunch of weekly calls. If you're lending shares and recall them, how long before you can sell your shares again? You can sell your shares immediately if you're lending them. Would you mind confirming Fidelity, Vanguard, TD Ameritrade, and my accounts are cash accounts? They say that my shares cannot be loaned, not without your permission. If you have a non-cash / options enabled account, how? Oh, if you have a margin account, they can lend your shares. But you can have options on a non-margin account. You don't need to have margin to use options. Some strategies you do, but for like buy to open, you know. Do you think that FTDs will pile in later today or at a later date? They're already piling in. Wetzel's Pretzels is not doing too hot today. We've just uncovered some important information this morning. When SS Mods were calling Carl a bad actor, they were specifically referring to an adult film in which he starred. Oh, that makes sense. I made a thread for you on Discord. Can you look at it? Where? Oh. Oh, thank you. Fidelity at 314,000. Up, so it's up 2.8. I borrow at 45,000. Okay. I have way out of the money covered calls. That's why. Selling covered calls on GameStop is risky. Fidelity, the SEC should exclude short positions from the proposed rule. Okay. I'm sure all of them agree with that sentiment. They don't want to disclose their short positions. How do you deal with your bad thoughts about losses? Just don't care. I had 100 Tesla shares just before Corona and sold at the bottom in March because I was new and never recovered since then. I mean, lesson learned. At some point, I expect the GME board to acknowledge something. How is this Shift Search website free? How are they keeping the platform free? I mean, they have paid services, like broker side paid services. or institutional side pays services. You can do options without your account being a margin one. Yeah. I'm torn. I have a cash account with Fidelity where I'm holding a number of options. I kind of want to request my account be moved to margin so I have the option to cashless exercise. I mean, you can just have you can have a margin account separate from the account that you hold your shares in. You don't need to have like all your shit in one account. I thought Carl was Dr. Gingerballs. No. My acting was fine. I just got flustered when the girl took my pants off and started laughing. Please forgive the basic questions. Would you mind explaining internalization? I think I have the basic understanding. Would love to have a detailed explanation. Thanks for all you do. Jesus Christ. Advancing Ape, I made a clip yesterday about this. Like a simpler breakdown of what internalization is. Citadel controls the order flow for GameStop to NYSE. And for you know, non-block orders and things they choose to dark pool, they can just ensure that that does not print to the lit exchange. I feel like we're still waiting on the same thing that we've been waiting on since you started streaming, and that is a significant announcement by GME to show direction. It'd be nice. I feel like I've owned the stock for a long time with no news. But at the same time, I can't disagree with the strategy. Fidelity says they will only lend your shares on margin if you have a margin debt. Yeah, they all say that. Have you ever been contacted to be paid off to do the shill's bidding? And do you think any YouTubers are potentially compromised? No, I think their interest is just self-serving. I've never been contacted to do any shilling. Coinbase wanted me to sell their pro platform for, it was a pretty decent amount of money. And just like talk about it a lot and use it on stream. I told them that they owed me $3,400 from a Bitcoin trade that I did in 2020. They have yet to respond, but nobody like significant has reached out where I would be like, oh, that's like a, you know, that's trying to pay me off. I think most of like the push for AMC is just, you know, there's an incentive there, right? Like, to push options and like stock to that crowd because it drives up viewership numbers, which ultimately means more money for the YouTuber in question. The volume prints, the price doesn't. Yeah. Citadel still controls it if I buy on IEX. I mean, the order will still go through them. You can't dodge the DMM. They may not be able to internalize that order, but retail buying is has minimal effect. So even if our buy volume was printing appropriately to the market, it would still have a minimal effect to the upside. Who's actually buying and selling these shares if you don't believe it's retail? Mostly like options flow. Options flow has far more of effect on our price than anything else. Puts are bought, we go down. Calls are bought, we don't do a lot. The shorting, like the buying pressure that we see intraday on like various volatility spikes to the upside tends to just be them returning shares. Like pretty much everything that occurs on GameStop is just a big short hedge fund circle jerk as they juggle their FTD and like options positions. Your lines keep blocking the stock from moving. Just about to head out for an early brunch with my mistress, but I figured I'd drop in and remind you that nobody can boof orders better than me. Just a little trick up I picked up in my college days. Sorry, I was just arguing with one of those types and felt the need to vent. That's fine. Do you think we own the float now? Honest opinion. Maybe. Near, if not all. Or it's just wildly inaccurate. But I don't think that's the case. Thoughts on this whole year as being an accumulation phase and we just head back to old prices? You mean a Wyckoff? Like a distribution phase? Olga? It's interesting. Does call volume look like it's institutions or retail? I imagine we need a lot more volume than we currently have. Only a matter of time before we head back up today. Institutions mostly do spreads. We've seen some come in. I would say that the call volume is there is institutional interest in the call volume. I don't think it's super high, but it's there. There's definitely been some big block orders that cost far more than retail is likely to be spending. You think if there's no MOASS, this could squeeze like Tesla? Probably not. I still think that the short interest is too high for that to be possible, Tom. What do you think of the theory sentiment that Ryan Cohen secretly wants MOASS to happen so that the stock doesn't suffer from short hedge fund shenanigans anymore and behaves normal again, therefore becomes attractive for new investors? I mean, it benefits GameStop long term to squeeze the shorts out, but he's not doing anything to actively facilitate that. I feel like he could be, or GameStop could be more aggressive on that front. Sequoia, yeah, the Sequoia investment was into the branch. It could be a bailout. We don't know. We don't know what the point of the investment was or why it was needed. You think boomers are going to short XRT? I feel like if they were going to do it yesterday and then probably paper handed their puts. Does GameStop know what their true SI percentage is? No. Unlikely. Or both a share offering and big institutions, JP Morgan, both events that occurred at much higher prices. That gives you a lot of confidence as well that this price is transitory. I agree. I mean, we're primed for a move back up to VWAP and probably will overcorrect that. Like the long-term volume weighted average price. Is it possible that it's in GameStop's best interest to just ride it out with no announcements to retain as many MOASS investors as possible in the event we get fucked? I mean, it doesn't hurt GameStop that we're invested in the company. I mean, you can just look at the tactics that their marketing team takes in order to, you know, foment buying among its investor community and improve sales. I don't think that, you know, they're trying to like drag us along, but it wouldn't hurt them. Investigation is a cover story to keep him silent. I mean, he's a billionaire. He should know that like the worst thing that would happen would be a fine. Elon fucking doesn't give a shit. He does that. He doesn't care what the SEC tells him to do. Over under on 15 million DRS in Q4 report. Over under. Be interesting if it was over. I would say under. Probably around like 12 million. Maybe 13. Didn't we have 145 million volume this time last year? Yep. Ugh. Do you have a video explaining what CVVWAP is? No, it just measures arbitrage between US GameStop and the US like NYSE and foreign markets. What's on Gmail including DRS numbers and the Q4 earnings report? Wait, what? I just said I think it'll probably be around like 12 million. It might be higher. Is it even possible that they could keep this up through 218? I don't know. I don't think so. Shift search looking even more bullish now. Yep. Remember, the longer they keep these prices low, the more options contracts are going to be purchased to the upside. That's probably beyond the risk to margin from internalization. The risk in keeping the price this low is it presents buy opportunities Not only for retail, but institutions that are interested in buying options on GameStop or shares. You can't keep a stock undervalued for that long, especially this far undervalued without bullish momentum picking up. And believe me, if they could cover their FTDs at 90 or 100, they would. That How does one become a hedge fund analyst? Usually nepotism. Um, Good degree and a lot of persistence. After MOASS, GameStop will not be able to keep inventory in the warehouses. The new millionaire apes will keep buying up everything and giving it to their friends. I'm not going to do that. You could buy the entire inventory of a GameStop store for like 500 grand. Like how much can you possibly spend on like video games don't even come out at that rate. So you're just going to take your money that you make from MOASS and just give it to GameStop? That's not very practical. El Barto, thanks for grinding through all of our questions day after day. I finished accumulating my options position today. 115 contracts strong. Dude, nice. Trust the data and the unique opportunity we find ourselves in. Retail is the new whale. Praise Lady View up. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And congratulations on finishing getting into your position. I hope you get super fucking rich, dude. Oh, I'm sure. Quick name. How's ADX looking for GameStop? Probably not fucking great. Um, Actually, well, it's indicating a bounce, but that's just because we're trading higher than our low from the other day. Um, we'll see if it continues to play out. It looks okay, sort of neutral. I wouldn't say that the bounce is strong, and the crossover is definitely not confirmed. Yes. The old intraday short and cover. So if we heard this right, they internalized 50% of yesterday's buy orders, and we still ended the day about even. That was one arm tied behind our backs. Bullish. It was like, I think it was like 44% end of day. But yeah, a lot. I'm at the quarter three when it was at 5 million. I thought you were asking me what my prediction was. I mean, 5 million's a chunk. It's more than I expected us to have in quarter three. I'm sure GameStop will continue to publish the DRS numbers. All of their float data comes directly from ComputerShare in those reports. And I am sure I am sure that ComputerShare is going to continue to report that number. I'll check it out later, Joey. Thank you. If they continue this price suppression, will you consider rolling your Feb 18th calls? Yeah. Not now, but later. What does it cost to roll a contract? I mean, the price of theta between the date you're rolling from to the next date, and then any losses suffered on the premium of the contract since you bought it. As in, why include DRS numbers in an earnings report? Thoughts? I mean, their shares are considered closely held. I don't know if there's a reporting requirement for that. They were asked repeatedly, as was CS, for information on the number of shares registered. I would imagine that they would want to tell potential new investors about the number of shares of their float, since it's so significant, that are being closely held. There's a lot of reasons that explain it that are not, you know, GameStop is trying to signal us. Because if GameStop wanted MOASS and they wanted it to happen, and they wanted it to happen right away, they could have done that so many different ways at this point. They've had the eyes of the world on them for an entire year now. Captain Biscuits, great name. Welcome to Dillionaires. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the
Do you ever get enough sleep? No. No, I don't. Mr. Diamond Hands.
When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Over 15 million and you DRS 10, so SS gets off your back? No. There's no amount of DRSing I could do at this point besides like 100% of my position that would slag the lust for me to DRS. It's a zero-sum game, and I have no interest in playing it. Is rolling a call selling one contract and buying another one? Yes. It's actually that simple. Don't use like the brokerage automated options to roll calls though, because you will lose more money than if you do it manually. One second. How long do you think they can keep this up before we get a green day due to covering? I mean, we'll see. There's no way to tell. Historically, not that long. Is it possible that RC could have bought leaps for the rest of his buy-in without needing to report that, or would that be reported? I'm not sure if that would be reported. That's a good question. I'll have to look it up. I can't remember the reporting requirements for options positions held by insiders. You did say that if DFE DRS, you'd consider it though. Yeah. When are you rolling your Febs out to? April? Probably March, just for the OPEX. Can hedge funds break the cycle to break retail spirit? We'll have to see. I don't think it's easy for them. I think that would be very, very difficult. And by trying to break the cycle, they would create forced buy-ins on themselves. There's no breaking FTDs. You can't dodge that for that long. They can internalize, they can fuck around, they can delay, but they can't stop it. If they could have, they would have done it long before now, before a cycle was obvious. Good morning, Trina. Do you think something like an NFT dividend going only to people who have DRS has any validity? No. Can you compare pro cons of way in the money calls versus buying 100 shares in DRS? What if the calls expire January 28th? I mean, the pro and con there is leverage. The cost of 100 shares at market is $13,000. You know, you can leverage a lot of shares through options with $13,000, far more than you could by buying 100 shares and DRSing them. Far more. What if the calls expire Jan 28th? Jan 28th is tricky. It's soon. I'm not a fan of that time period. Maybe I should give an example. Yeah, Jan 28th is a bit soon. I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't like it. I don't think it gives enough time. I think options should be further out. But, you know, if we do look further out, we look at like Feb or later, and you have 13,000 capital, right? And you were to buy like very near the money options, you know, like a 0.5 delta. So 130s are 0.54 delta right now, for 1580. So you're spending $30 per share of leverage, roughly, which would give you $13,000 would give you leverage on 822 shares versus the 100 that you DRS'd. So that's the difference. To be fair, you YOLO'd food from your family's mouth for 5 shares. I even deleted that because it was just like a mean post. But it was obviously like satirical. Do you follow Ortex and their borrowed shares? They're up to 1 million borrowed today. I don't, because the way they aggregate data tends to throw a lot of false signals. I'm not a big fan of Ortex's platform. Sometimes I think that the data they release is just in order to get more subscribers. Is Trade Spotting coming at you on Twitter? I don't know. Is he? How do I check my Twitter? Son of a bitch. That's not it. Hold on, I'm gonna figure this out. There we go. I did it. No? I don't think I've heard from Jamie in a while. I don't know when, but it's been a while. The last time I talked to Jamie was on like December 18th. As we're on DRS, why not DRS a fraction as a diversification of brokers? Obviously, CS is not a broker. Nah. Starbucks? I'll check it. Oof. Deep drop. This might be a good buy-in opportunity. It's up a little bit today. I think it's a little undervalued. I know the unionization thing is kind of suppressing the price a bit, but yeah, I don't know. I bought my calls pretty far out, so I've got a decent amount of time. A scale from 1 to 10, how much do you believe in MOASS? Simple number answer only. How much do I believe in GameStop's ability to short squeeze? Pre-SEC report, 10. Post-SEC report, 7 or 8. Ban me because I don't dono. Big club I'm not in. Criticism not welcome here. Free thinkers here, right. What? Thoughts on Pone's 125 MOASS date? It's possible. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure. 125 was also my big date. So, although I'm sure she reached that conclusion via a much different method. I think Jamie called you out. Called me out for what? I don't even know how to check that. I don't know how to check it. Jimmy tweeted about people recommending options and costing Jimmy folks millions in premium. That's in direct contrast to the following statement. Did any of the Jamie YouTubers or Twitter users want to apologize for their terrible options chat recently? They've damaged the movement like no other the last month. You know who you are. Do I? I see it. Just spending $10 to let you know TradeSpotting wasn't talking about you, but guys like Warden and all that. I watch his stream and he always talks highly of you. Can everyone just move on? Thanks. Okay. Maybe he could specify that it's not directed at me. He may be talking about anti-options. It's not clear. I know he's pro options. Unless he's doing like a 180. Drama drives up viewership. I don't know. There's no big Jimmy YouTubers. Yeah, I know. I think DFE told us to use call options and his no country for old men tweet. Oh, when he said call it? I want to know why your confidence decreased after the report, because it showed the influence that retail had on the initial sneeze in January and how important retail backing of options was at a time when, DRS was picking up steam. And I saw the conflict of interest that would occur there. Well, not the conflict of interest, but the conflict of narrative that would occur there. And I had less faith in people to see what I saw, I guess. You're popular enough as an influencer to have YouTube drama. How's it feel? Not cool. It feels not cool. He has higher subscribers, so I doubt he's lumping you in as a big Jamie YouTuber. Not a diss, just saying. Yeah, I doubt he's talking about me from what I've heard. But it is unclear. Murky, if you will. I don't even understand the emotional roller coaster. GameStop's cheap right now. If you're bullish on it, buy it. If you're not, then fuck off. What conflict of narrative? Superstonk has been anti-options since May. And that narrative only increased as DRS became more and more popular. People had gotten burned on weeklies so many fucking times, and to break it to people that like they'd thrown their money away on bad options for an entire year wasn't going to be like an easy thing to talk about, right? I knew that when we released the DD. I hate to break it to you, but you aren't what YouTube would consider big. Yeah, I'm aware. You can average down positions, Nathaniel. People were down big that bought at 483 in January. Were they wrong too? Hmm. Avoid the YouTube drama and move to OnlyFans. Can you vape a synthetic share? Probably not. I mean, a lot of what I'm seeing is just impatience for a price move. If no price action by next week, is it smart to roll to March? I'll be waiting for the following Tuesday before I roll. But I mean, you can roll at any time. It just gives you more time. I think if you turn me from an exiled mod into a real mod, the stock would turn around and we will MOASS. It's an interesting theory. Impatience because of theta. Yeah. Is this your main account or just a meme trading account? Well, it's just like a meme account for the stream. Ugh. What Tuesday did you say you're rolling? The 25th. Only thing we need is a GME announcement. Well, you bitching about it isn't going to make that happen. Unfortunately. I don't know. It's just up for interpretation. Were other YouTubers knocking options? What other YouTubers are there? I understand what you're saying. Buy them as far out as possible. I get it, Nathaniel. Can we explain why to roll instead of simultaneously through the broker? I thought they avoided changes in IV and the underlying. Wait, what? Can you explain why to manually roll instead of simultaneously through the broker? Oh, because the broker will buy the new contracts at the ask. And if there's a downtrend or something, you may be able to buy at the bid and save money, right? You want to save as much money as possible when you're rolling. Is 5 times C a meme or a movement? It's a stupid play. It's always been a stupid play. Can we look at the dicks? Oh. I don't know if you can look at it on here. No. Probably look at it on here though. I love when you say put your pickle in my jar. Thank you, Salmonella. This is Finra short pool volume. If I ask you to check DMs? Oh, check DMs. I don't think they can package a short position into swaps. Or at least it'd be very hard to find a counterparty. I actually think TradingView has. Huh. Found out today the FTD timeline chart is called a Gantt chart. You can make them in Excel. There's your fun fact of the day. Cool. I don't know what's going on with trade spotting. Is this a high heel formation? And is that bullish? It's kind of like a pennant. Maybe my average down to 129. Is that good? Should I anticipate 120? 129 is a very good price point. Ming Han Lu. Possibly expecting anything interesting today, or another day of Citadel beefing. We'll see. We will see how much buy volume they can boof. If the stock would go from 127 to 340 in 5 minutes, would it be acceptable to shart through my office chair? Probably. Is there a wedge forming on the 15 minute? It doesn't look great. Maybe, but it's not consolidating much. If anything, it just kind of looks like volatility's picked up a little more. Thank you for being rational, non-delusional voice in the SS. In the community, our SS sometimes feels like it's just a bunch of irrelevant hopium. I almost bailed on Jamie because of it. Your channel is more realistic, and I'm more bullish than ever. I appreciate the time and effort. Thanks, Austin. I appreciate that, man. When do you expect MMFTDs to occur today? I think they're fairly minimal. We don't know what we get from future rolls. It's hard to say. Usually the futures FTDs pick up. Like, they're more significant for the expiration date than they are earlier in the cycle. What was it that happened last year? It was like um it's March, Jan. This was the 13th, which should correspond to today. That was our first like obscene volume day, but we traded pretty fucking flat up until that. We had that after hour run from like 15 that peaked at 20, which was somewhat similar to the run that we saw the other day. Further in, we started to see more and more volatility, and then price action really picked up from like 126 forward. Where's today? Oh, there we are. Do you think all this pressure to put RC to make an announcement on NFC is so they can use the story to justify the run up as they cover their short positions? I mean, it's possible. They obviously used those news stories as a cover for the aftermarket, you know, covering that they did last week. January 23, 150, only 4,500. That's not bad. That's like buying in Feb. In your opinion, will we see at least one halt to the upside or more controlled? This pace, they're going to be blasting the ask of millions of shares at once at expiry. I don't know if we'll see halts to the upside. In the recent runs, they've really tried to maintain the upside volatility. And with our illiquidity, you know, when they start covering, it's generally on low volume, right? But we have to wait and see ultimately. Patience is the name of the game right now. People are going to go nuts when you show the dicks. What worries you the most going forward? I'm not worried at all. If I was worried, I would have sold all my calls. Everyone else is worried. Oil's up to 82, 84. Oil stocks moving up. Nice, Ona. Since you have Monday off, have you considered doing the dinner stream on Saturday so you can have 2 days off from us in a row? I'll probably do it Monday. I like to do it the day before market open, because it keeps it fresh. I don't know. Maybe I could. No, I'd probably just do it Monday. I might do it later in the day on Monday in case there's people that have to work on Monday. That way more people can like join in. Have you seen the posts on Reddit that claim you to be truthful? No. In the summary of the cycle so far, that they've used ETFs to dodge gags, creating FTDs. Now they use ETFs again while clearing FTDs to keep the price low, creating more FTDs later. No. They used ETFs to dodge GACs, and those FTDs have yet to be realized. There's no evidence of them using ETFs to clear ETF FTDs. That's like trying to pay a credit card off with a credit card. That's not going to work. If you use the same ETF to clear FTDs, right, you're going to drive the price of the ETF up, which makes creation more expensive. That doesn't work. You can't. So right now what they're doing is they have low volume FTDs and they're internalizing a lot. And so right now they can use puts to stabilize momentum. They can get the MM to act on their behalf. This isn't sustainable. First of all, when those internalized buy orders dump, it's going to pressure this put position. We saw their put position get blown out yesterday. They lost a lot of money on that. And every time they do this, they risk a ton of capital in order to maintain these puts. And any buy pressure outside of them, any interest comes in, a pension fund, large bank, anybody puts buy pressure on the stock while they're covering, and this whole position can blow up. So it's working for them in the short term, but it's not a sustainable strategy. So this morning short buy puts cover, this isn't sustainable. You can't continue to do this. While they internalize their own buy pressure for net short FTDs, like this has to come to fruition. It's not infinitely sustainable. They can't do it forever. The puts they're buying aren't even like a long time frame. Like they're just buying fucking weekly puts. It's super unstable, and the stock is volatile enough that they can just lose the millions they put into puts every morning, in a few ticks. One gap up. I mean, look what happened yesterday morning when they tried to like pull those puts at the last possible second. And the price just blew through it up to 136. That's the risk they take by trying to do this. And their hope is that they can cover enough of the FTDs that when they do dump the internalized orders to the market, they can pull their puts and let it rip, and they don't have to cover FTDs at that higher price point. The question is, will they be able to facilitate their strategy or not? How many different FTD positions are operating behind the scenes here? We have market maker FTDs, we have short hedge fund FTDs, we have whoever owns those fucking futures contracts FTDing, and we don't know if those are in sync, right? And so the more layers of FTDs that we're getting coming in, the higher probability that one of those does not move in line with the others. And once that starts happening, it becomes chaos. And it's been the same scenario every time. Every one of our dips has played out essentially the same way over the last almost year and a half, 6 quarters. The Feb 18 320 worth buying. I mean, I'm Feb 28 320. That's like a really weird date and strike. What's the logic behind that, Josh? And you got to remember that this isn't just GameStop. They're doing this across an entire sector. So like, sure, the cost to just suppress the price of GameStop is probably maybe even something they can manage, right? But to do it across multiple ETFs, to do it across all of fucking consumer discretionary, that's expensive. That's really, really expensive. You need to think about like the bigger picture here and focus, not to draw focus away from GameStop, but to understand what GameStop means in relation to the rest of this massive short position. The DTCC is a regulatory agency. They're a self-regulating regulatory agency. They're not. They're just an SRO. You're giving them too much power and credit. Yeah, I'll clip. CV view op looks strange. Is it normal for it not to update? Sometimes. The FINRA, the fucking FINRA short volume has some very interesting correlations with GameStop. Curious. Did you guys look at this? Look how much short volume dropped on the roll date. Peaked on our T+2 ETF exposure date. Peaked again on GME, the GME FTD date. Peaked here on the 3rd, which is interesting. What the fuck happened Jan 3rd? And it's just been ramped up into yesterday's ETF FTDs. And now it's falling off a little bit, but it's picking up quite a lot of steam. I wonder how it looked last year. Peaked here, peaked again there. How much fucking correlation is there with this? July 22nd. Peaked on like all our FTD dates in the October cycle through the anomaly as well. Peaked again on November 3rd. Massive peak before the November run-up began. That's kind of predictive. This is a FINRA short pool volume. I'm looking at FINRA short pool volume. Daniel Taylor. Huh. I need to dig into that more. I was trying to find the dicks on TradingView, which it doesn't have. It was TradingView. Seems there's some sort of correlation between spike and short pool volume and GameStop price. How offset is that? I need to find a way to look at this better. Settings, style, line, simple. Can I favorite this? Pin to right scale, left scale. GME down like yesterday, like short pull volume up 95%. GME down. Oh, that's not right. What was the peak here? It peaked at 183% right before the November run. And it just peaked now at 147%. Curious. FTDs due today, settled tomorrow by tomorrow morning. I wonder if this means we run overnight. Is there a way to look at this on the 4 hour? Oh, wait, where did it go? It doesn't display on the 4 hour. Oh, it's updating. It doesn't seem to want to display on the. Does it display on the 1 hour? No. Fucking son of a bitch. Display on the 1 week, I guess. Like, holy fuck, look at this. Like, the weekly short pool volume is up fucking 555% right now. I mean, this should be short pool. I mean, I feel like this would reflect the scope of the short position. I mean, that's the fucking asymmetric risk, right? That we've been talking about. But that's got to be like market wide. I'm sure if I on TD and look at pool short volume FINRA. So FINRA short volume, Daniel. Yeah, let me know. Let me know what you see on TDA. All right, let's go back to watching GameStop. But that's the whole FINRA short pool. That's not Ken Griffin shorting America. Is the name of the book. Does FINRA get data on short volume for XRT? I'm not sure. It's really interesting. Looks like they're dropping the price to buy Jan calls. Holy fuck. That's like, is that notional in millions? Turd. Ask IV. IV skews flat. Delta down. Open interest. 8,000 Jan 21. 50 put. Is being sold? What is this? I have no idea what this is. Grace nipples. Okay. Did Turd comment anywhere? Call volume's coming in strong. Likely institutional. What did you think about the Overstock CEO interview yesterday? I haven't seen it. Who did he do an interview with? Why would I watch that? Why is Supersonic very interested in interest rates? What's the correlation with GME? Inflation? I shared the trading view on the Discord yesterday. I think it's in the announcements channel. That guy's like kind of gone off the deep end a bit. Just how the mechanics work from his point of view. Interesting. I should check it out. You're all chill now. You finished without us. Oh, Jen. Never. No, not MOASS. Can I buy calls on the sarcastic use of the word transitory for 2022? You gonna buy some more Jan calls because of what you saw in TradingView? I'm thinking about it. The question is on what? Like, should I just buy some VIX calls? Why is your, this is why your nickname is the tripod? Got that BDE. BDE. Fuck are you talking about, Carl? Oh, okay. Never mind. I get it now. I don't, well, I don't associate with people, so it's difficult. This is very curious. I should update Reddit that they're still just covering below puts. I need fucking, where's the cat? Look what XRT is doing again. Shares outstanding. Shares outstanding are falling fast, just like last year. Ooh. Yeah, I agree. This year they're definitely going to be more proactive. JFresh, show me your dicks. Is that a real request or just a great troll? No, seriously, like send me a chart of the current dicks. I didn't name it. But it's also a great troll. It's 2 for 1. Green? No, not that dicks. The fucking index. Ooh, dark theme for every website. Thank you, Krister. Transitioning to OnlyFans? Not yet. Ooh. God, look at that asymmetric risk. Just look how beautiful it is. All right, hold on. Should move my arm. There's no way they could sustain this. Can you give me JFresh, send me a dick's pic of the whole year. Asymmetric dicks, yeah. Like, give me give me a ZIGZ. Okay. Hold on, let me try to find this. Oh. I remember this. Didn't I find this? I totally forgot about this. I should have bookmarked this. 15-minute lunch. Here you are, smile again. Talk about buying Jan calls. Is the bull mayo turning you bullish? It could be. $1.7 billion. What's max pain? MA10. Dark pool index at 50% today. How the fuck do I get the... Interesting. Call skew. Picking up. Interesting. I need to figure out how to mess with this a little more. I'll mess with this later. Sorry, guys. Gex is cool now too because Gex and price action are deviating. Yeah, someone isn't hedging their sold calls, which means that delta sensitivity is probably also picking up. It also looks like skew is starting to trend to the positive, which we kind of knew yesterday. Turd sent me, I think, like the unusual whales shot of that. Gex increasing and the price decreasing is cool. Someone waiting to hedge. It looks like they're buying long, uh, based on what Turd sent me. Ooh, that's what I wanted to see. Interesting. Where's the fucking thing that Turd sent me? Yeah, we're starting to pick up an ascending channel. A little bit. Let's see if we can break out from VWAP. Hold on. I'm trying to, so we also have this. So we've got call volume picking up like fairly significantly. For Jan 14, 21, Feb 18 puts at 105 average. Multi-leg. They're sold. They're selling puts at 100 and buying calls. Ooh. This is fucking dope. And they're buying them far sooner. They're buying short-term shit. 113 again? Well, if there's a significant amount of FTDs due today, they can, as long as they put the orders in by tomorrow morning. So they're internalizing our dicks? Yeah. Please explain clip. Okay, so explanation. Orders are being internalized, prices being allowed to drift down. This low price is being used. That's a market chameleon. Oh, okay. I've never used them. How is that, by the way? It looks like they're moving into like bullish spreads, selling puts, buying calls, using this extremely low price to gain lots and lots of leverage. Skews trending to the positive, which means that, well, the options market is valuing GameStop at a higher price. Turd, have you seen Yelya's? Does Yelya have a current update for delta sensitivity? Is it spiking again? Because it looks like there's a lot of fucking asymmetric risk, and IV seems to be pricing in a move to the upside. She and her family are sick. Oh no. Start MOASS for Secure's birthday. Her comment history 2 hours ago said Delta neutral 128. Interesting. Ooh, I didn't know any of those things bite her. Big dicks. TRS is working. You're making it real hard for me to explain to my family what I'm watching. I'm sorry. I guess I could call it what it's actually called, which is D-Pix. No, go back. Okay. DK picks for dark pool index. I don't know. That's not better. I've thought about that, Dr. Superb. D-Pix is worse. Okay. Do not check your DMs. What I need to do is delete a bunch of these fucking friend requests. Why does everyone keep friend requesting me? Don't friend request me. One could argue that it threw the short inflation theory out the window. God damn it, sick coyote. I wasn't kidding. It's wrong to assume the hedgie's main focal point of gaming revolves around IV. I'm trying to construct a formula for analyzing gaming specifically on GME's standard deviation. Interesting. I think so. I mean, I know Citadel is definitely involved heavily with variance swaps. VWAP penetrated. Yeah. Accept my friend request on MTG Arena. Are you top 1000? I feel like incredible insights are being made right now, and I'm not understanding any of it. The things that interest me probably would also interest you, Stefan, but I don't want to explain them to you. Are there any puts blown up? Not yet. I don't think there's a lot of puts still to our upside, honestly. Or not many. How's Tesla looking? Like it's still trying to bust out of 1100. It looks strong, honestly. This is the second test. It might fail, but this run looks pretty solid. Is this on the SPY as well? Big volume spike? Not really. XRT? XRT's coming back up too. Holy shit, they slammed that down hard. Baba doing weird shit. Are there any puts blown? Can we make anything of the data of FTDs for the coming days? A bit. We can estimate market maker FTDs, at least net short versus net long. Which I mean, I feel like if they're net short, we have like a slightly higher probability of ending the day green, and that's really all we can get out of it. ETF FTDs, we don't really know net short, net long, how those are playing out. They should be just generally net short. And then future FTDs, they should be net short, but we have no fucking clue when they come in. Or the numbers of them. They've been high historically. Ghost of Dan, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale. I thought you already were one, but welcome and to you. Hit me up on the Discord if you need to be added to any of the fun places, and I will make sure to get that done for you.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi-Fi stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Movement, cause that's fucking rough. Once a day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Well, you got a song anyway, Ghost of Dan. You got a song anyway. Using the FINRA short pool chart you showed, it looks like on average it spikes to around 600% every T plus 35 from CME expiration. Any correlation? How are you measuring T35? Astreus. Are you long dicks? I've been told it's sufficient. Well, Carl told me it was sufficient. I'll take his word for it. It's increased the dark pool volume in the beginning of the year due to the fact that institutions have to settle leaps gex across the whole market and get ready to deliver deep in the money option shares. Yeah. Can someone define dicks? Is it just dark pool volume as a percent of total? It's a dark pool index. So, yes. Just sent you a friend request at your request. God damn it. Dix is dark pool short volume as a percent of total dark pool volume. Oh, okay. Thank you, JFresh. I just assume all dark pool volume on GameStop is short volume. It'd be weird if we failed 130 because of a put wall. Is there a put wall at 130? I don't think it's super strong right now. It's pretty minimal. His price action is very similar to Jan 10th, where we continued climbing into close, just FY. Thank you, Ambagaton. Because you can pair short volume with buy volume, Paris. Do you think institutions believe in MOASS? Probably not. Price action so far is similar to every time we've run at 1269. Jan 10th, 110 put action. I don't know. We need 15 minutes. They borrowed shares today, but they also returned shares today. So is it safe to say that Kenny likes dicks? I think so. Like, it's not too big of a stretch. Not super significant put wall at 130 anymore. And 140, almost none. Unless they're buying it out here. I mean, there's a little more OI at 140 here. They're the font of Mayo. Hipster coffee cup. Where's your typewriter and pipe? This isn't a coffee cup. It's a mason jar. I haven't unpacked my glasses yet. Welcome back. Jen will travel the world. Does Dix move after hours? Okay, this isn't... We're saying this too much. The algorithm's going to create all kinds of problems. How's the new place? It's pretty good. Welcome back, DanCan, by the way. I played you your song this morning. I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been, dude? It's been like a month and you don't have cups? Bullish. I mean, I don't intend to live here long. Took a break, needed a mental refresh. Life's been crazy, but I want to make some money again. Fuck yeah, dude. It's not time to unpack. Honestly, I rarely unpack all my shit. You had them install fiber into your place, but you don't intend to live there long? I mean, I need the fiber, though. Even if I'm just here for a little short period of time. I like this volatility. Also, Head and Shoulders breaking to the upside, if it does, is very bullish. These do not have a statistically high rate of breaking to the upside. It implies significant buy pressure. I keep telling you that I'll unpack all your dishes, but you keep insisting that I need to keep reminding you how fucking awesome you are all night. Listen, Carl, I don't need you distracted, okay? Especially not with things as mundane as dishes. Yeah, President Darth. Far more than I want. It's just like nobody has anything to do and no reason to go back home. It's the worst. What did I get demonetized for? Dicks? Well, I got my positive test back for COVID. That sounds super shitty. Oh, Dillard's is just ripping. Holy fuck. It's just up $6 in like fucking 10 minutes. Wife and 4 kids all have COVID or Marion. I don't. Wasn't he like an R&B singer? Dillard's is for sure gonna squeeze. Yeah, I think so. Which is good, right? Puts a lot of pressure on the same short position. I just don't think it has the FOMO to necessitate. Like, I have options in DDS, but I don't even know if I'll be able to sell them. Like, it's just going to go to the moon and there's no buyer for my contract. I could exercise my options. It's expensive though. With 340, it's like $34,000 a contract. That would cost me shit, almost $500,000 to exercise them all. I guess I could exercise and sell to cover. Thoughts on buying DDS shares? I don't know. Yeah, they have puts on DDS. It's a similar position. It's in the same basket with the rest of the retail stocks. Pulled the plug on my Feb 300 350s and moved them down to 130 150. I still have faith. See the head and shoulder on the 4-hour Tesla? Yeah. But that means it could still hit like 1120. This doesn't look strong though. Tesla, I think, is going to have a pretty bad year. Aren't they pulling the like green energy thing that they make all their money off of? Yeah, we did break out to the upside from a Head and Shoulders. This really happened. Kool-Aid Man. Oh, yeah. What's up, man? Yellow, green, grape, cherry. Various shades of blue, purple, and mint. $7% CPI, not good for Tesla. It's true. Tesla secured a contract from a copper and nickel mine they're planning to build in the boundary waters at northern Oman. Interesting. I'm now 6 streams in looking for old art to screenshot, and there hasn't been one pickle drawing yet. The stream really went uphill. Can you show us the Head and Shoulders you're talking about? The one that we broke to the upside of? This. This was the test. Right here. And we broke to the upside. This is significant. A 17% chance to break to the upside. 83% chance to break down. This is like a big move. It could be that this is in fact the shoulder. So we have to wait for this to play out. Breaking this upper trend line would be good. I feel like I'm developing Stockholm syndrome. I'm so relieved to see 130 again. As if that's not dozens of dollars below my cost basis. I'm just excited to see movement and some volatility. If you look up the percentages, you have to backtest them yourself. I'm sure somebody's like backtested and published their own results, but I find those to be mostly inaccurate. Do you think Gmail will run much higher than AMC? Yes. Thanks, Mocksta. You keep finding head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart. Might as well do it on the 1 second chart, or even better, tick level data. Will my $1 share make me a millionaire? Probably not. $12.69 is not a drill. I repeat, not a drill. Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns by Thomas N. Bulkowski. Never read it. This has got to be the upper resistance right here, right? Fuck, are we gonna push through this? Thoughts on David Attenborough? Actually, the dopest. Maybe he's holding his AMC, but GME is about half that. I could go back in time and definitely reverse that, but it is what it is. I think GME has 50 to 100x upside for sure. AMC 10 to 20x, depending on. Is that Rocky? What's up, dude? Current SI on Ortex for XRT 206.38. Okay. If we break 130, gap up to 135 shortly thereafter. This doesn't look good. This is slow. Are they pulling any puts? Where's shift search? Ooh. Looks like they just bought a bunch of April in the money puts. Fuck. 165. Already have Feb between 150 200. Getting paid Friday. Are Febs still safe average down or safer to buy March, April? That depends on your risk tolerance, Yaga. I'm not buying anything further out right now. But if we go through the 25th without any significant price improvement, I'm going to roll them out to March. Don't forget, I still have Jan 21 like 150s. Which I'm not too happy about. I probably should have sold those on the IV spike that morning we opened, but I didn't. You sell them, and then you buy a contract at a later date. Is there a whale in shining armor? I mean, it looks like the institutional interest is picking up in Jan 14 and Jan 21 calls, so. Minimum price target for MOASS? I don't have one. You can't have a price target set on a short squeeze. Jimmy could, with its illiquidity, I mean, the potential is unlimited. Just heard 4 gunshots. Yay. Nice. Okay. Not as great of a trend, but. Discord DM. 5-day OI trend. Holy shit, dude. So fucking many for Jan 21. This could be retail though. The numbers are, I mean, given the price, the numbers are pretty significant, but I feel like I should make note of this. A DRS to my options, you're welcome. Shit, we just broke 130. I think Turd gets it from Market Chameleon. Wall Street Journal just reported that someone got salt on Adam Aronet and he lost 90 pounds of water. Now is the Head and Shoulders breakout. We'll see. Bring out Guybrush. Turd, if you have access, can you check the breakpoint for call put interest? Is it still 160? They're buying more April puts. No. OI's unchanged. They just bought that one set. They're buying. Looks like 125 put interest is going up, but it looks like it's sold. Sell to open, which is a bullish bet. That's just rude. Why would an interview from GMEDD to Yahoo and Bazinga cause positive price action? No one knows who the fuck that guy is. We're probably the only people watching it. Like, that's a big stretch to assume that a fucking Yahoo interview with like some blog is gonna fucking launch the price of the stock. Koala's currently busy honing his immune system. I'm sure he'll be around later. Where could the stock be talked about where that would impact the sale of the stock? I mean, if Ryan Cohen got on like the news and said a bunch of bullish shit, that could impact the price of the stock or the CEO. AMC and Jamie are not the only two stocks correlated with each other. Casa is more correlated with GameStop than AMC is. Or it was. It doesn't, yeah, but he's not like famous. I'm not saying he's a schmuck, but it's like, it's a big fucking stretch to assume that like him saying something about the stock would have an effect on price movement. May puts now? Reaching. Fuck, man. They're really trying to hold 130. I like this. Yeah, I'm not disparaging him. I've been on their site. I know. But it's just like not I think that's just too big of a reach. And I know what happens. Like anything regarding GameStop occurs on mainstream media. If it's remotely bullish, everyone gets their tits all jacked and acts like it's going to send us to the moon. It's like every time Ryan Cohen tweets. How significant is the 150,000 calls expiring next week? That's a lot. It's like 15 million shares worth of leverage, right? I mean, it's not a lot for a stock with high interest, but it's a lot. Is it safe to say hedgies are playing stock whack-a-mole? They need to keep the price of GME costs, LRC. They don't care about LRC. XRT down. I think there's stocks that are far more important for them to maintain price on than fucking AMC or costs. Like there's stocks that present more risk. Cost presents a decent amount of risk. I think they're just long AMC. So yeah, there's BBBY, there's DDS. They're buying 200 and 190 puts. Yeah, they're really trying to pull the price down. Lots of new people in here nowadays. Dope. Yeah, there's a lot of new people. It's cool. Welcome all new people. God, I want us to break if we could break 130 by Wednesday. What's our fucking max pain today? I didn't even check. Max pain's 135. Not a lot of put interest at 135. I don't think that'll present a big resistance. Could a large enough buy sweep tear apart the price? All of their price suppression? Yes. So you can be long a stock and make bearish bets on it, right? They just sell covered calls into the high IV. Or just sell calls. They are. It's not a question of if they're long AMC. They just are. Or at least their 13Fs say they are. I feel like they're fighting 130 the way they fight for 180. It's important. Can you please explain max pain? It's the price at which the majority of options contracts for that week's expiration expire out of the money. So it's the price point at which MMs profit the most. Is there institutional buying going on right now? There's institutional call buying going on right now, and it looks like we just failed the uptrend. Check out Bob's DD on the AMC swap. Is there a reason why you started your trend line at the positive green candle and not the bottom one? No, I could have started it lower. But I wanted to start it at the candle that broke, like sustained the break above VWAP. There is a lower trend, but I wanted to see if we were going to maintain that higher trend from the breakout. But there's a lower trend like down here. This broke down. We do this on the 5-minute because it kind of just looks like shit there. Oh, actually, that's pretty close. All right, never mind. I didn't sing for Zakir. D Swimo, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate the support, man. Nope, we're falling down. Gap fill? Actually, that probably filled the gap, right? Hold on, let me look. When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult. Can I ask how many shares you have? No need to answer. 9. Right there. Oh, sorry. I'll fix that. Really great work. Love listening to the honesty. It's refreshing. Thanks, man. Kenny using that Sequoia money? Using it up pretty quick if that's the case. Did you gain or lose money from GME in December? Lost. I mean, I'm down. I haven't realized the losses from December. I've just averaged down my calls since then. Don't say 9 shares. The newer people will believe you. What's so bad about that? Crayons got like 9 shares. I can have 9 shares too. That's bullish as fuck, right? How many shares leveraged? 0 right now. No, that's not true. I don't know what the delta is on my calls. I actually used to have a thing where I could put my calls in and it would tell me the delta average of my position. But I can't find it on my computer anymore. I'm not sure if I deleted it. Wasn't that something else Superstock criticized you for? For what? It's okay though, because all the money you're making from YouTube being big boy streamer, man. Yeah, you know. Also, happy birthday, Zakir. What's up, buddy? Can we gap up to 350 already? That's not exactly how that works. Are there any YouTubers that you would say aren't shills? I mean, trade spotting seems to be pretty cool. I really don't know that much about Lightning Warrior. I think it's just like kind of hype. Rocky's cool. Anybody pushing AMC is a fucking con man. Houston's cool, but he's not like a stock streamer, right? So why would he be a shill? Like, yeah, I heard about trade spotting's thing. Although, from the things he's said about me in the past, I don't think it was against me. I think he might have been talking about something else. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about Morant's rants. I'll give trade spotting the benefit of the doubt. Most stand-up guy in the AMC saga, Adam Aaron. He sold everything. He didn't sell everything. What about that Hafra 41 guy? I heard he's famous. Can you explain why AMC is a dud? It seems like it would just take a lot of time, and I've done it so much in the past. If you own more shares than the CFO of your company, maybe just reconsider what's going on there. DFV definitely not a shill, but also not a YouTuber anymore, right? Just rich. Although someone did send me a message on Reddit like a couple weeks ago, with like their conspiracy theory that DFV started the movement on GameStop in order for Citadel to profit off implied volatility while retail pumped and dumped the stock. It was interesting, but very tinfoil hat. Because he was mad at me for like somebody saying something about like, or comparing options to DFV and like his position. That guy was a poop head. Nothing happens with those 50-cent or $50 calls, 50-cent puts. Are you talking about the fucking, why does everyone go on and on and on about the 50-cent puts in January? They're an IV hedge. They were bought last year. They're now fucking worthless. Now, when those close, if they need to rehedge IV, we'll see them buying more of them for next year at $1, which is, I think, the current lowest strike. Yeah, I've never heard Trade Spotting say anything bad about me, so I'm not sure what the tweet's about. To an interview with Terrible? No. Absolutely fucking not. Anyway, I don't have like my OnlyFans set up to host that. It's raining 220, 200, 190 puts for May and June, over $2 million, but maybe sold. No, I think they're bought. I think they're trying to stop the breakout by buying deep in the money puts. Jesus. They're really pumping money into it. Those no, these, I think these are bought. Yeah. Were derivatives like options meant to have the power they do originally? No. That had to do with market making. SLD period starts next week. They have the following old Wednesday, Friday due period, or now just Friday, Tuesday options activity period, or both. SLD period starts next week. They follow the old Wednesday, Friday due period now, or just Friday, Tuesday options activity period, or both. I'm not sure. There was a change, right, at the beginning of the year. Not been here very long, but massively admire your patience in the stream and Jimmy in general. Thanks, JMac. Mr. Finch, any theory on why they're so desperate to keep it at 130 to prevent us from running? Yeah. They don't want their position to slip. They're trying to suppress the price while they cover FTDs. They don't want to cover them at a higher price. Market making options feels like a scam. Yeah, it kind of does. But it's allowed, so it requires a fundamental change, right? You think protecting 130, which is close to delta neutral from Yelya's model, confirms that they did not hedge and will go boom if it slips above DN? Yes. We're like right at DN, right? Wasn't her DN 128? Did she message me back by any chance? Oh, she did. Maybe. No. Hold on. Oh, there it is. $128. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, she's probably not watching. Just type that. Yeah, she's got delta neutral at 128. That's interesting. Ooh. Oh, well, that's more interesting. Can I fucking, how do I hide the, there we go. Now, that's the kind of inverse correlation I like to see. Jan 13th, GME short volume spiked. GME short volume spiked. Jan 7th. What the fuck? What is this goddamn indicator? FINRA GME short volume. Oh, it's because it's to scale. Well, this is very curious. So this is GME short volume. Over the year. 3,000% back there. What did it spike to here? Ooh, Jan 11. Trading View get all this cool shit. Check Pigeon Whale chat. Is it important? Don't tell me if it's not important. Let's fucking go. Today will be another amazing day to be a GME holder. With all the talk going around, remember, has the reasoning of why you bought GME changed? Has the DD shown us that MOASS is futile? Personally, I'm going to hold futile until either the company becomes a penny stock or we go to the moon. They wouldn't try to get us to the second lowest point since last Jan for no reason on zero news for nothing. It's going to be a great day. Also, happy birthday to our mod Zakir. Well, I can't disagree with that. Doing a Zakir chag. That's very nice. Make sure Zakir, don't miss that. This is very interesting. Well, that's going to need to be dug into. Sorry. So the orange line is FINRA short pool volume, and the blue line is GME short volume. Seems like we see a significant spike in GME short volume when we run. Although currently much lower than normal. But last year on Jen's, our first spike in GME short volume last year was, our first little spike was here on January 11th, which this year would be the 12th, or wait, no, the 10th. Then it went down, and then it skyrocketed like 2,000% as they tried to maintain that short pressure. It's interesting. This is updated as of yesterday right now, so it's not up to date, but it's an interesting I don't know. I got to look into it more. Just type them in. I don't know. It's not like I pay for anything on TradingView. Damn, 1 mil, 200 puts. So that's those spikes of short volume we see, if I'm thinking about this correctly, could be them buying in the money puts, generating synthetic short volume, right? And a sort of desperate attempt to suppress price action at the last minute. The link to the trading view chart is in the Discord. Doofin Schmertz Gherkinator. It's on the announcements channel on the Discord. Looks good. It looks like, I mean, it's a day old, so we'll see, but. Oh, that's something I do want to check. Hold on. I want to see if this spike this year is equally high. This was 161%. $245%. It's not as high as it was. $245. 161. It's about 100% lower than it was. Wonder if that'll matter. If that pattern repeats, we should see a massive uptick in GME short volume in the next couple days. When did that spike? What was the big spike? Big spike happened on the 13th, or peaked on the 13th. The 13th was the highest short volume on GameStop for the whole year. I wonder if that's today. That's weird. No, because there's no fucking volume today. After hours? If Joe Gergen interviewed DFE, 100% the media would tie us to Q. Oh, whatever. I don't think that would happen. Could the lower percent due to RC buy-in and Citadel shorting via ETF bona fide market making? Well, that's what I'm wondering is if, like, we're seeing a very big spike over the year in FINRA total short pool volume. And I'm wondering if, like, we're just not seeing the same or an equivalent spike in GameStop short volume because they're using ETFs instead. Which software website are you using? This is WeBull, and the thing I was just looking at is TradingView. Yeah, I agree. The illiquidity should more than make up for it. Yeah, there's an XRT short volume indicator as well. I wonder if there's an IWM short volume indicator. I don't think they're out of IWM yet. How the fuck did you get an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, Carl? They want the borrow rate to remain low. Tombo. But yeah, they want the reported SI to remain low as well. Supposedly reported SI on Ortex for IWM is 35.97%. How does that work on an ETF? It's complex. ETFs can be far in excess of 100% short volume. I'm not interested in so much in IWM's short interest. I'm interested in the short volume. What if everyone on Superstock just went and borrowed all the shares and just held them? I mean, no one's got the money to do that. Short volume spike, cool down, dark pool volume spike, and cool down. What's the connection? I have to dig into it more, but it's interesting. I wonder if it's predictive because these short volume spikes come in advance of the runs. I thought with the rebate it's free. I mean, if you have cash collateral, it's nearly free. It might, well, it bumped. I'm not sure what the rebate rate is currently, but it was free a long time ago. But with cash collateral, or same as cash collateral. If you use non-cash collateral, then you don't get the rebate. I see on Shift Search that there is a lot of deep in the money puts being bought. What do you think about this? They're trying to maintain price action. By doing this, though, they're driving short volume and short interest up. Would selling 100 shares, buying a call, and exercising that call of capital help short bears? I mean, selling 100 shares helps clear FTDs. So yes, if you sell 100 shares, you should definitely not be selling shares to buy options. That is a dangerous and slippery slope. You'd sell out the floor from under the options. I guess FTDs due from roll fails today aren't that high, or waiting on a dark pool dump. We'll see. Roll fails aren't really significantly high. The FTDs for that period from futures pick up in momentum. And it's from like here to here, I think. Or, sorry. I think this is not in the right place. From there to there. These FTDs pick up. So imagine the price action that would be experienced in a roll, right? When they roll these, except that price action gets moved forward T plus 2 plus 35 days. So you know the roll cycles where we hit this point, we just go up into the roll date and then drop. Same thing, except kicked out 35 days. Except we have no visibility on the futures positions. We just know they exist due to their effect on FTDs. The current cycle, they failed to roll. They start today, Farmer Jed. Historically, the ETF or the futures FTDs begin today. and they extend out through is it January 25th? I think it is. Let me triple check that. They start today, and they extend out to yeah, January 25th. That's why January 25th is like the big day. Because it's like gamma exposure plus futures FTDs plus FTDs plus ETF FTDs plus FOMO. Yeah, that's the gamma exposure from the leap expiration. Jan 25th's always been on the table. What? There's something. What the fuck is it that you guys don't understand about that? The cycle didn't change. They just moved the December exposure into the period where they have the most exposure. That's not bearish. The shitty thing is our price point currently. Which, if last January cycle really does repeat, then, you know, who gives a shit? We're 800 or 700% fucking higher than we were when we started that run. Like, if GameStop were to go up, you know, 2,700% again, the fucking price would be in the thousands. How am I saying no MOASS? I said Mo. I 3,500 a share. I want to call this like an epic failure of the trend. Just consolidating a little. Low volume. This is why we don't do intraday TA on GameStop, because the volume does this. There's not many puts being bought shown on shift? I think so. Hmm. Jimmy broke through the line of sadness, TM, on your chart. Is this where we start fudding and whinging that the end of the month price action isn't happening? Probably. I love Mexican food, but yeah, the Mexican food in the Northeast is not very good. I've had some okay Mexican food here, but it was far better when I lived in California. Maybe if retail bought in the money calls, we can give them a taste of their own medicine. Yeah, but that's unrealistic. This is how they try to create FUD amongst the FUD proof. This is how they have won up until now. Don't let them. I think they're fucked. That's how it looks to me. It looks like they're completely fucked, and I don't see a way for them to get out. The old guy, thank you for all you do and the FUD smoothness that you put up with. My first ever question, what's your strategy to enter a position? And you said, buy low, sell high. Only gained 2 wrinkles since, but thank you. Thanks, the old guy. You mentioned Jimmy going up 2,700%. I'm talking about FTDs. What was that specifically? I mean, that's what it went up last year during the squeeze. Thereabouts. Do you agree or disagree with Jamie's options tweet today? I don't know what he's directing it at, but if he's directing it at me, obviously I fucking disagree with it. So they kicked the can to Feb 1 through 14 window. They kicked the December can to the Feb to 1 to 14 window. They're pushing hard, yeah. No, they're buying fuckloads of in the money puts, like deep in the money puts. One hour delta puts. Maybe exercising them. I don't know who Badass Trader is. So December, this is the easiest way to explain this, I think. And maybe in a way that I haven't had. December gamma exposure was high, very high. So they shorted the price under the exposure. The delta sensitivity spiked through the fucking roof, like almost broke Yo-Yo's model. If they had run the stock into this, which we discussed previously, right, when talking about them rolling the futures, if they had rolled the futures, I said it could be catastrophic for them at the prices that we were at the time. And ultimately, it was true that they had to dodge this gamma exposure. And so they did that by shorting massively through ETFs. Dropping GameStop from the price we were trading at, which was, 240, 220, all the way down to where we are now at 130. The problem with them doing this is by creating this massive amount of short volume, they create an equal number of FTDs. So this price action, because it's synthetic, still needs to be realized 35 days later. The ETF shorting T plus 9 plus 35. The shorting T plus 2 plus 35. So exposure dodged here must be realized here. And this is already started, technically. It's just going to continue to build momentum. It's not like they just short it down synthetically $100 and there's nothing due for that. This is why we don't stay down. This is why time after time after time, the price has risen back up. 6 quarters in a row now of data that we have that support this conclusion. Is there a clip that explains how deep in the money puts suppress price action? I don't have one, but I can explain it to you real quick. You buy deep in the money puts. The 1.0 delta, the or contract writer. Shorts, 100 shares. To remain. Delta, neutral. The Discord chat. They're carrying a debt on loan from the bank. The first payment was due in December. Instead of paying the loan off, they used a CC to pay the loan, moving the debt to a later date, probably knowing they would get $1 billion infusion. But that also comes with issues. They end up paying more in Jan Feb because the CC have a higher rate. Credit card? You gotta be careful using the term CC when talking about stocks. Actually, it's likely that Wolverine is the options market maker for GameStop, more so than Citadel. I mean, lots of people are making options on GameStop. Virtu, Citadel, Wolverine. They're hedging them because they're deep in the money. They may not be hedging appropriately to the downside either, right? But the deep in the money ones they are. Also, puts are different in that sense in that they're cash settled. So the put writer has to buy 100 shares, right? The exerciser of a put receives a cash payment. They sell 100 shares of the underlying at the strike. That's why covered calls are secured with stock and puts are secured with cash. Does that make sense? I think that's a good way of kind of seeing what I'm talking about there. Can they use creation of other ETFs to fulfill XRT creation obligations and thus kick it 35 days again? No, because there's not enough, and XRT is not the only one they use to create shares. Flow went up significantly on all GME containing ETFs, not just XRT. XRT just got reg shared. That doesn't mean the rest of them did. And if they're trying to use the same or use ETFs to cover other ETFs, they drive up the price of the creation ETF, making creation more expensive and widening the loss, right? So the creation price goes up and then the sell price into the shorted ETF is down. So there's ultimately asymmetry in the position. Maybe I shouldn't be dropping this term around so much. I think it's just going to confuse people, but it's there. Did the November retail options frenzy drive them to force their hand into something they did not want to do? It's possible, yeah. I sell put at 100. I need 10,000 for the cash covered put. Price drops to $50. I have to buy that stock at 50 and then give whoever bought the option $5,000. So how does the stock get shorted? You're selling a cash secured put. They're selling naked puts. Gigawatt. Wait, hold on. I sell a put at 100. You secure it with cash. So the strike is 100. It doesn't matter what the price drops to. You're referring, I mean, your example doesn't make any sense, but you're referring to a cash secured put versus a naked put. A naked put is hedged in order to remain delta neutral. A cash secured put is secured. Did the November retail options frenzy drive them to force their hand into something they didn't want to do? I said, yeah, that's possible, Bob. I answered you the first time. I think it was unexpected for them. But I think shorting under that exposure in December is something they did last year as well. What's the worst that can be happening? Selling CSPs on GME, getting more shares? Yeah. I saw the friendship gif, and thank you. Is it fair to say this is the hardest they've compressed the spring so far? Gex dodging into shorting. I mean, it's the hardest they've compressed it since last year, where I think they did a similar thing, and the only reason we ran in December at all was because of Cohen's buy-in 3 days prior to that exposure date, or 4 days prior. Ivy hasn't been decreasing. So right now we're in November FTD window, and we'll be entering December FTD window in Feb. Yeah, well, they overlap, but yes. Because the ETF FTDs and the FTDs are on different cycles, as are the futures FTDs, which extend out through January 25th. Do you think the Citadel investment was actually a bailout? It could have been. It was awfully unexpected, and their losses seem to be significant over the year, if the information being reported is accurate. It seems awfully dangerous for them. The price this low for this long, people averaging down. Why don't they just get this over with? Why keep the price this low for this long without using it? I mean, they are using it. They're using it to get rid of their FTDs at a low price point. Apple is now 6.9% weighted in the SPY, highest ever since 1980. We shouldn't ramp GME up. We need to ramp Apple down. Are you saying happy birthday to Zakir yet? I'm not big on the singing of the birthday. I wished him a happy birthday. Yeah, there were short hedge funds that covered around one or shorted around 150. They may have been burned already. We have no idea. No sing, no subscribe. Okay, fuck off then. Should I be rolling my Jan 21C today or wait till the end of the week? That's up to you, man. Ever had any thoughts on the social implications of MOASS? Would there potentially be issues to the common folk if a lot of these funds and our MMs went bad? Yeah, I'm sure we will be GME holders. People who get rich off of it will be villainized by the media. I think they use the money to enhance their business with Paradigm, SEQ, crypto exchange. Use Robinhood's tech app for that. I assume they put RH into liquidation also. use the money to enhance their business with Paradigm, SEQ, crypto exchange, and yours. Yeah, maybe. If they're suppressing us as bad as you think, why do we still track the SPY so closely? We're tracking it, but at a much lower price point. SPY up 0.25%. We're down, so like we're not beating the market. How do you know when to roll your options? Well, I'll roll them when I think that they're at risk of increased levels of theta decay. So Feb 18 call is still going to capture the movement that we're expecting? Yes. How many times we... I've been off stream for a while. Then I thought I heard you say something about them shorting under Gex. Has that happened? Have they avoided the ramp? They shorted it under Gex in December, Dilly. That's what we were talking about. We're not talking about January. Rolling is simply sell to close and buy at a further date to expiry. Yes. That is correct. Is this oscillating in the 3% window? What normal stocks do? Boring. Yeah, it is. How many STDs does Ken have to treat? All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Like 10-15 minutes. Options are not round. They cannot roll in that sense. Can they keep it shorting it under Gex? Also, have you shared your own thoughts on the Citadel cash injection yet? Yes, and no, they can't short it under Gex continuously. They have FTDs coming in from the last time they shorted it under Gex. I'm not doing a plotkin. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Bipolar polar bear has been timed out for attempting to start a coup. Off my face. All right. I'm back. How's the consolidation going? Can we draw a line now? Maybe. I'm going to draw it from here. I'm going to draw another one here. I'm busy internalizing it. You didn't annoy me with your stupidity. Numbers can be fun. Check out puts from 15 minutes ago. 1.9 million and 195 puts. Yeah, they're really fighting to not allow GameStop to break out right now. If I was a long and I'd bought a bunch of call options today, I would run this motherfucker in after hours and burn all their puts. What's going on with BBIG? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. It's up like 30 cents. Looks cool. They've been doing this, isn't like new. This strategy isn't something new. They've been doing this the whole fucking time. This is how they started the flash crash in March, was buying shitloads of in the money puts. Oh no. Okay, now I'm unmuted on Discord. Is there backlash to all the in the money puts being bought, or can they do so with impunity and beat us down during the times they're exposed? When they close them, the price goes up. trade spotting v Pi-Fi beef that's been generated by non-regulars in your viewership. The guy focused on education and trading is a massive GME bull. He speaks highly of you. Yeah, I'm aware. I don't think there's any. I don't think his comment today was against me. It was just kind of open-ended. So I think some people interpreted it differently, but I've only ever heard Jamie say good things about me. So no drama for me. We talk about new people on Reddit. What was this? I lost it. Where'd it go? Okay, I can't find it. How many times can these NFT marketplace news to explain plus 30% in after hours? At least one more time. There's a big difference between -195 deep in the money puts the Wolf of VWAP Street versus the Jan 21 50-cent puts with like a negative delta value of like these are not the same. What are you eating? Oh, they're like tiny samosa bites. Jimmy defined in the comments that he was speaking to Renzel and Red Chess, not Pi-Fi. There you go. I knew it. Will you dear us any of your shares or just help out using options? Oh no. You phrased it in a way that makes me sort of want to DRS. Like I would have DRS'd a few as we went along anyway, if the pushback hadn't been so fucking ridiculous. Whenever I hear Jamie talk about you, he said you're a lovely guy and he likes you. After hearing him say this numerous times, I realized he was a shill. Both, I'd imagine. I gotta talk to him today. I'm not sure. They're kind of like pizza rolls, but stuffed with potato and pea and curry. Probably because I'd imagine that the people lending their shares in Fidelity in the first place probably don't give a shit about DRS. I do like sag paneer. Buy options, shill. DRS shares, shill. Do both, believe it or not, shill. Figured it out, JFresh. You've cracked the code. FTDs are pretty low today, Kevin. Fuck you, Dr. K. Chicken Tender Daddy, I don't know you well, but I assume you're not talking about the Girl Scout cookie. Or are you? Because they don't call it that anymore. They're called like Caramel Delights now. Of course, I've tried chicken tikka. You and Jimmy are both BlackRock employees? It's an interesting thesis. I don't know if you've answered this before already, but I'm new to following you, so I'll ask. Welcome. What do we think is going to happen going forward from January 21st? I expect us to go up at some point when they're done dicking around and internalizing the buy flow. If we do start to go up, I expect the effects of that upside price action to be greatly magnified by the underlying FTDs and massive number of call options currently on the chain. Do you think we could see another Jan 21 in the next few weeks? What are some of the better options plays? I think options are best, far dated, and near the money as you can afford to buy them, to minimize risk. While there are potential high risk plays that could profit greatly from a move to the upside, I don't like them. They've historically burned far more people than they've made rich. Hmm. Please make DDS squeeze so I can offload bags. What's it doing today? It came back down. That's how it's pronounced. Caramel. It's got 2 A's in it. Hey man, hope your day is going okay. Praise to Our Lady. Praise to VWAP, Carl. Chicken tikka daddy? Okay, that's actually genius. Why not DRS just one share to set up the computer share account and hedge your ability to DRS more later at a much faster rate? It wouldn't affect your personal strategy too much. Because I don't care, Kiwi Boo. I don't care at all. That seems like a big waste of my time. That's very bullish, Trina. What's your favorite Persian dish? Tadig and the kofta? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like the beef. It's like beef and they mash it onto a skewer. I like those grilled tomatoes too. I'm gonna eat 3 more of these, Noah. What is a lemon up? You just trying to sell me fucking Girl Scout cookies? Greg? My wife says buy the cookies. What are you complaining about? The Power Hour song is not guaranteed. All right, I'm done eating now. Cool Daddy can come back. Oh, God. Childish.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I've been skeptical on DRS myself, but messing around on the web last night, I noticed that GME Investors Relations site has a link for computer share. Kind of peculiar. So does Apple. Oh, and every other fucking company that uses computer share as their transfer agent. I love how the hype vid just cuts back to Pipe's non-emotional phase. Would it be possible for Gmail is designated MM to change from Citadel to Virtue or another? Yeah. If somebody called me a bad actor on Reddit, I'd say that's proof I'm not a shell. Thanks for confirming it. But who's computer shares transfer agent? Ooh, that's a good question. I wonder. Can you draw a Florida pickle to scare the stock up? I already drew Zakir earlier. Yeah, I drew you in a cowboy hat. I drew a Zakir pickle earlier today. It was like Poncho Dilly the Kid. The hat didn't come out great. Zakir, I want to take this moment before the end of the stream, when everyone's here. And I want to thank you for being such a dope mod this entire year, almost year, that we've been together. You were my first mod, and still my best choice of a moderator to date. No offense, other mods, you're just not as good. Thanks, man. It's been a fun ride. And happy birthday. I've told you before, Zakir's wife, I group you two together. Carl, stop sending me videos of you crying. Same vape. Why is it harder to trim DRS votes? If vote trimming occurred at the last shareholders meeting, computer share is the one who did it. Should have changed Zakir's wife's name to Alpha Zakir Prime. She is her own individual, and that changes up to her. She is Zakir's wife number one. We've heard rumors of other wives. We hope they are not true. This price action reminds me a lot of January 12th, 2022. Thoughts? I agree. This price action is very similar to January 12th, 2022. Were you always a pickle or were you once a cucumber? We don't have time for that tale. Why the internalization now and not earlier? They've internalized all year. They always do this shit when they're trying to cover FTDs. This isn't special. They fucking did it last January to a massive degree. Billions and billions of dollars of internalization. When's your next collab? Tomorrow night, I think. Internalization is a lot less than last year. Well, we don't know that because we don't know how much money is being internalized. Redemption scar. But yes, likely much less than last year. But they have less money than last year. And the stock is more illiquid than last year. They did in a similar fashion, yes, Stephen S.E. Lee. We see similar ETF flow data last year that we do this year. Been watching your stream for a few months now. Thanks for not being like other people who cover GME. Been averaging up all year and have a shitload of shares and options for Feb. Bullish as fuck. Awesome, Space Monkey. Me too. Because it's expensive, South. Matthias, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate it, man. We can assume a lot of things from the Sequoia cash investment into Citadel, but they may not be correct. So there's no point in speculating. It's a big waste of time. I hope that they need a bailout because GME is burning a big fucking hole in their margin. If that's true or not, only time will tell. Dan's licked my dumpling. I really hope there isn't a 1-year stream anniversary. Are we trading in the past? Kind of. That's a way of looking at it. Am I the only one who sit here silently just cracking up at some of these usernames? That's possible, SK. I feel like I haven't seen you in here in forever too. What's with all the new people returning? Or the old people being new again? Is it for Zakir's birthday? Don't lie to me. Who will you be collabing with tomorrow, and what will be the topic of discussion? Lightning Cosmic Lightning Warrior. Sorry. I don't know what the topic's gonna be. It'll be interesting. Aloysius, I know you're here. You're always here. What's up, Richie? Send you a message on the chat. I don't know why you do that to me. We were not following the price volume of last Jan 13th. We had 14 million volume on the 11th, 7 million daily volume on the 12th, and 143 million volume on the 13th. The volume on the first 2 days was average. Most of the previous days were around 6 to 10 million a day. It will be interesting if we see a huge volume increase tomorrow. It means we were a day behind last year. Interesting. I like that. Don't forget, FTDs due today can be satisfied through market open tomorrow. So I'm not done being excited. Sofa King Silverback, you were here yesterday. Don't bullshit me. Hello, I'm new. Please welcome me. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, Index Fund Investor. I think tomorrow at like 7:30. I wonder what he'd think of my my Beyonce conspiracy theory. Also my one about that comedian guy. Patton Oswalt. I'm gonna ask him about the Patton Oswalt theory. When using shift search, what time frame are you usually interested in? I mean, I look at them all for different reasons. Lurking it with gherkin it. Johnson. Thank you so much for being along, Johnson. I like the dedication pickle beaters. It was back in April. I don't remember what day. All I ask is that you don't embarrass us in front of the face painted guy's fans. How could I? Don't tell me you're into the Patton Oswalt killed his wife camp. That was my thesis. Has it become a thing? I think it's going to be fun. Are you going to paint your face like Gene Simmons? Probably not. I was thinking about painting my face. But no. Can you name 10 people who have been here a long time, but not Dan's? Probably. There's Gaz. I'm trying to think of the people that haven't become Pigeon Wells. There's no Gaz. Daniel Taylor Hamwich. There's Bristow. Bristow is one of the earliest. I feel like Euro Gorilla has been here forever. Ghost of Dan's been here a long time. Zakure, of course. Han. Moonwind's been here way too long. We've tried to get rid of him, but he just latches on harder. Thinks he's cool because he stole my chair. Cosmic Lightning Warrior, what's up, dude? Look who's in the chat. Corbin Hamlin, that's rude. What did Corbin Hamlin say? It probably was rude. Real talk, I have a small number of Jan 21 calls close to the money and some 200 Jan 28s. Most of my position is Feb 18, so I'm not worried. But would be rolling the Jans be wise, or am I paper handing early? Might be a bit early. I guess it depends when you bought the Jans for and the strikes. Close to the money. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna stay. If you have them close to the money right now, it's unlikely that we'll stay this low for much longer. Here and ignored. I see you, Jason. Yes, lots of you have been here since the very first stream, and I know. Smooth. Yeah, you're still here too. Well, welcome, Katie Babes. Spoonman, thank you. Don't forget the lurkers. I've witnessed the birth of all mods. You have, Lentil Burrito. Also, I wouldn't say that you're a lurker. I'm looking forward to it. I think there's a lot we can talk about. Absolutely, man. I think from what people have told me, I don't really get a lot of time to watch YouTube, so I'm sorry if I haven't seen too much of your stuff. But from what people have told me, I think we kind of have different takes on the GME situation, and I think a constructive conversation about those two sides of the same coin could be beneficial for a lot of people tuning in. At least have someone Photoshop a painted face on you. We'll see. I have very sensitive skin. It's if I paint my face, it's gonna fuck up my whole skincare routine. Then I've got to use the apricot scrub or apricot instead of the peach, and it's much harsher. I've been internalizing my love for you since day one, and yet you've never voted for me to be mod. Silence of the Dans. So I'm not a pigeon whale. You do this to shame me in front of the new people. Of course, Dr. Dank. I know how much money you made on Spurt. You could have become a pigeon whale at any time. Can you dress up as Cardi VWAP and do a twerking it with gherkin it stream? You know, I'm not terrible at twerking. Maybe. Those are real educational videos. How many streams in before the Dans came to be? You know, as soon as they started recognizing each other in the wild, quick name, they just kind of joined together. It was fast. Within the first 2 weeks, the Dans were already working on becoming a thing, electing their leadership or however they decide, multiplying. Most of the top 50 are still here, Elena. Oh shit, here we go again. Twerk fund? No, that's not a thing. Recently, one of my friends found out about my streaming, and I was like, yeah, they keep trying to pay me money to get frosted tips or twerk or whatever it is. And I refuse. And he's like, that's stupid. You should take their money. And he's not wrong, but I can't bring myself to do it. Here's some money for the frosted tips. Just got off the phone, and they closed the position and will let me know if they have additional openings for my skills. Sad. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Imagine if you had a comfy dumpster to go hang out behind right now, President Darth. Don't appropriate his culture. How would you feel if Cosmic Lightning Warrior showed up wearing overalls and a wrench? What? You know how I know you're gay? How? Twerk fund? Come on, Dans. Pitch in for the dream. It's not happening. Any money you donate me towards twerking. God damn it, Lance Bass. This is how Pi-Fi is. He starts out friendly and cheerful and then turns bitter and spiteful. You know, Dr. K, I didn't say a lot when you gave your family COVID with that shitty meat pie. But I feel like it's time I say something. You're a troll and a shit poster. And there's only two things I like about you. For off-brand apricot scrub or a coupon for high-end apricot scrub. Chicken tender daddy. For the check your DMs fund. Oh boy. Ah. See, it wouldn't work on me. Right? Yeah. I don't think this works on me, even with the finger guns. You know what it is? It's my face is too fat. My face is too fat for paint. I don't like it. Jamie has a cool virtual cat mask. How do these people do this? Check out the hit piece Time just released about Reddit. Are they talking about how retail's manipulating the market through their secret social media? Lance Bass. My first mandatory donation was Frosted Tips Day. I missed the Perm Day donation. Oh, that face paint works. Thanks, Lance Bass. I appreciate it. My boyfriend's wife is getting jealous of the time that I spend with you. What should I do? Ignore him. It always starts with frosted tips or twerking, but we all know it will turn you into a give a mouse a cookie scenario and the channel gets shut down. It's true. You look like a Wish Braveheart. Thank you, Kirsten. Check out the hit piece Time just released about Reddit. The article says that racism, xenophobia, and homophobia run rampant on the site. I mean, that's not untrue. Reddit has been known to host some fairly terrible places on the internet, as has 4chan and the other ones. I don't know if any of them are worse than what you can find on a browse through Facebook, but they're pretty bad. But that doesn't, I think mainstream people or people that aren't on Reddit don't really understand that Reddit is divided into subreddits, and not all of them are like that. I mean, RSS definitely, I haven't seen a lot of evidence of any of those things on there. Do you think RCGME will do anything major? The mods are very against it, of course. Will do anything major that triggers a squeeze, or is it just hoping these cycles bleed them dry over the next year or 2 or 3? I don't know. I like the idea of them just bleeding dry forever. Like jerky. That's fun. We didn't get shut down after the perm. How do you know for real that you like pickles? I don't. I'm not like, I mean, they're fine. You missed a Ko-Fi. I missed 2. Are people going to start saying I missed a Ko-Fi before they even send it? My chin, your balls. Do you think RC... Wait. The stream has been forcibly sponsored against Gurk's will by craft beer. You either drink it or you're wrong. Wow. I heard you're taking donations for a bleach butthole fund or something for twerking. No judgments. Thanks for keeping us sane during this past year. Hashtag 510 frat. Thank you, Jimmy Butt Stallion. No. No, I'm not. Laser eyes? Like the fucking Matt Kors thing? That's just what happens when Matt Kors is charging. I live about an hour outside New York City. I figure I can wander around the city long enough and will eventually catch a glimpse of Gurk twerking in the wild. That might be true, the ghost of Dan. Can we get back to talking about the dicks? That was exciting. We've never stopped. I promised I wouldn't Ko-Fi again today, but here's some money for the Bleach Butthole Fund. Thank you so much, President Tarth. That sounds painful. I think playing butterflies max pain is a smart play. I bought 3 with a strike of 130 for 0.06 with profit at 135. It's not terrible. I mean, yeah, I mean your loss is capped, so it's not the worst. You can also sell strangles. New Citadel board member has ties to Reddit? I don't fucking know, man. I need one of your artist types to put together a twerking it with gherkin it stream card. Oh boy. Jamie just said a bunch of nice things about you. Well, I'm going to say a bunch of nice things about Jamie too. Relay that back to him, please, Jonas. Also, tell him to hit me up on Twitter because we were supposed to do a collab like 2 fucking months ago. Did you mention yesterday setting a $200 stop loss when the price runs past it in the near term? What? Stop limit? For my options. Not for fucking GameStop. Not for my shares. I'm not selling my shares at $200. If I was going to do that, I would have sold them at $350. Yeah, after we pass $200, I will be setting stop losses for options. Pretty far out from the current trading price, but as protection. Causing Things tomorrow night, 7:30ish. Come to Jersey. It smells like trash, but we produce good tomatoes. Don't listen to her. Stay away from New Jersey. It's a terrible place. Can you look up Telecom Italia, TIT, and then see how the Dix looks on it? Oh, very nice. See, I don't have an Instagram. And I don't want one. This is a guy that lives in the hellhole that is. Why would I live in Queens? Oh, Queens is also New Jersey. Oh. Ooh. That's the DD. No. No. Interesting. Queens is worse. How would you know? You live in Colorado, which is also in New Jersey. That's right. No, I'm thinking that the DD is all things outside of Manhattan are in fact New Jersey. Maybe I've been wrong about the Midwest this whole time. The food in Queens is good. I know. I'm just fucking around. But I mean, Queens better than Jersey. I can't do that to Queens people. Philly's definitely in New Jersey. New Jersey is just where all the garbage gets dumped, isn't it? Historically. Can you say sit, Crayons, sit, good dog? For the Louvre thing, I don't know the reference. I can send a video so you can hear the pacing of it. I feel like I've been baited. You got me. Son of a bitch. Guys, don't forget that Crean wrote the first options DD. Before he DRS'd his shares and showed everyone his butt. Would you please take a look at DDS? It looks great. Nice and flat, mostly. Very near its closing price yesterday. Shiftsearch.com. Citron Research. We understand short interest better than you, and we'll explain. Stock back to 20 fast. Thank you, Citron. Always appreciate the bearish analysis. Unfucking believable. Son of a bitch. Hmm. All right. After hours explosion tonight? I don't know. Are we going to see those long hedge funds calls get dumped here end of day or not? If they hold, then they have to run the price soon, don't they? They expire this week and next. They do. Don't always ignore your comments, Jeff the Privileged. Just sometimes. And it's probably just because I don't see them, not because I'm like actively ignoring them. Being patient is hard. Why? We have so many fun things to do, and it's Zakir's birthday. Are you gonna make an appearance tonight? Appearance? I don't know what you're talking about. You actively ignore me sometimes? I do, JC. That's correct. My questions get ignored the most. Well, yeah, but you keep asking them. I can't believe the stock is acting so lame for Zakir's birthday. I agree. You ever farted in a bathtub and it sounds like a tugboat horn? That just happened. Why are you watching the stream from the bathtub, Kool-Aid Disciple? Ain't no one more ignored than me. Oh, God. All of the people saying that they've been actively ignored probably get more attention than anyone else. Come hang out with us. I don't know what you're saying to me. Hang out. Whenever I feel ignored here, I just write about dicks on Reddit. They love that stuff. It's true. Interesting, Secure. I acknowledge your invite. I'll think about it. So many Simpson here. Chill. You ignore me every day, and I don't know how I will go on. What's capture the flag a euphemism for? Dicks for mod. Thank you, Silence of the Dance. I don't think Gherkins read a single comment of mine. Curious what this flat week means for Thursday and Friday. More flat? We'll see. Show us your titties. Rude. Very rude. Could have asked nicely. The flag is the dicks. The capture is the boof. Interesting. Looking at Shift Search, have they switched up their put strategy? Nope, they're just trying to keep the price below 130. Desperately. Show us your titties, please. Well, that's nicer, but no. Never again. TD and provide some thoughts. Bank running. I don't know if something specific is going on with it. It's unusual for a bank to run up so hard. Although it's way below its long-term trend, so could just be people moving over to longer-term value investments from growth as the interest rates bump. From a technical standpoint, it's got quite a ways to go to regain its original trend. Do you think hair gonna ride out the week trying to suppress below there? Gonna ride out the week trying to suppress below 130? Maybe. We'll see. Today cost a lot of money to push it down. Once upon a time, man, I heard that I was ugly. Came from a bitch whose pickle wanna fuck on me. I said my face bomb, ass tight, rack stack up, shack height, jewelry on me, flashlight. I've been lit since last night. Hit him with that good, make a pickle act right. Thank you so much, Cardi View Up. I appreciate that. Something to be said about the amount of put OI coming in and Jimmy holding 128. There has to be so much pressure that they are teetering on a void. I agree. Come hang with us tonight. We'll see. What's your preferred cologne? Ooh, I have one right now that's it's a very light, like grapefruit and basil. It's nice. Does anyone unearth a slip and slide video? Okay, Elena, we don't need to bring that up. Basil? Light cologne, confirmed Persian. I didn't see Dracar Noir. Or what's that verse? God damn it. He'll read anything the teleprompter. He'll read anything you out in the teleprompter. Anything you put in the teleprompter. Why can't people spell? Is this because people are on mobile? There's an Armani cologne that I've seen. I can't remember the name of it. Code? I think it's Armani Code. And I have some Persian American friends, and they all seem to own that same bottle of cologne. That's my cologne. Armani Code is great. President Darth, confirmed Persian. Now the plural of Zakirs is Zakir? Huh. Ding ding. Thank you guys so much. I hope for Zakir's birthday, the stock rips in after hours. I really do. If not, I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and have a lovely night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
From not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.